All right, how's everybody doing today? Woohoo! That's the energy I want to see. That's it right there. Excellent. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Cisco U Theater. My name is Hank Preston. I'm a principal engineer here in Learning and Certifications, and I am so excited to see you all here. Who was at the keynote today? Ooh. Thank you for making the long walk back here to the Cisco U Theater to come in. It's kind of exciting to see what's going on these days. I am getting older as an engineer. I knew that the first time when I started to look in the mirror and the gray was coming out in the beard. As I started to not be the youngest person on the team, as I started to recognize switches that were no longer older than me in the environment, and I was the oldest person around. But the part that truly showed that I was becoming older as an engineer was something I never thought I would see. Another transition in the ages of networking. It was about, 8, 10 years ago when I started talking about automation and programmability. And I started doing a little talk called How to Be a Network Engineer in a Programmable Age. I even remember the first time I did it. It was in Berlin. It was a Cisco Live Europe EMEA. It was fantastic. They buried me in some small corner of DevNet. And I got up and I started to talk about my own perspectives about what programmability and automation meant to network engineers. And it was great. We filled a room and it was awesome because everybody was interested in what was going on. And I worked with some friends of mine. There's another engineer at Cisco who's an excellent artist and cartoonist. So we came up with this concept of the 4 ages of networking. And we poked fun at ourselves. And we see Carl over here in the Stone Age. Was anybody else around in the Stone Age when the only thing we cared about in networking was spanning tree and VLANs? Right? It was great. Spanning tree was important because even back in those days, we wanted to make sure that our networks didn't loop, but we wanted a little bit of redundancy, so we implemented spanning tree. Thank you, Radia. And then we had VLANs because, hey, we're network engineers. We don't just want one network. We want lots of them. Or back in my day, we wanted at least 2, right? We wanted one for computers and we wanted one for printers. And for years, that's all we needed. But the Stone Age didn't last forever. We eventually made our way into the Middle Ages. In the Middle Ages, we had WAN design. As the e-commerce times came through, we had to connect our small offices to other small offices so we could talk to each other, and then do pranks like print to somebody else's printer in the other office. Right? All sorts of fun things we could do. We partnered with service providers. We all got together and we survived IP-mageddon. Who remembers an IPv4 address? Man, back in those old days. It's so nice that we're just IPv6 everywhere today. The Middle Ages went on. We made our way into the Renaissance. And the Renaissance was a key point in my career as a network engineer. Things got really exciting. Like the Renaissance in art and engineering, things burned fast and bright and hot, and new ideas came around. We had ideas like software-defined networking, SDN. We rethought things that we had known as network engineers for years, and we said, hey, what if we disaggregate the control plane? We break things up even more. And then everybody was worried about Cisco's future as white boxes were potentially considered out there. Right? There was a point in time there during the Renaissance where everybody thought, we don't need Cisco anymore. I want my switches just all sorts of weird colors, not just teal green, right? And we've kind of moved on past that. We've recognized that there's still some value in having partnerships with Cisco and other vendors that are out there. But there were a lot of really good ideas that came out in the Renaissance. My favorite idea has always been VXLAN. I've been at Cisco for coming up on 14 years now, and one of the first things I learned as a new SE at Cisco was we have to be able to keep our audience excited about our technology, right? We see that in the keynotes. They brought Tom Brady out to make sure you're excited about Cisco. But the number one thing that we can do at Cisco to make sure you're excited about our products is when we want to invigorate something that's tried and true, well-respected, but it needs a little more pizzazz. What do? We put an X in the product name. So we had VLANs, and the Renaissance brought us VXLANs, even better. 4,000 segments wasn't enough. We want millions of segments. And then my favorite age, the age I've spent the last 8 years talking about, the programmability epic, programmable age. APIs, Python, DevOps, Ansible, Net DevOps, all of these things that were out there. And when we were preparing for Cisco Live, I've been doing this talk, as I said, so many years. I sent a note that really made me sad. I sent a note to our Kareem, who manages the content here at the Cisco Youth Theater, and I said, I think it's time to retire how to be a network engineer in a programmable age, because the programmable age isn't necessarily over, but it's not the new kid on the block anymore. No, now we are in the age of artificial intelligence. It's the early days, don't get me wrong. Boy, it's an exciting time. AI is all over the place. All over our keynotes, all of our products are being AI washed, right? Who remembers the cloud washing of like the early 2000s, or the green washing, right? The smart washing, and now it feels like we're in the AI washing. But it truly is all over the place. I was putting together the content for this session, and I'm like, okay, what's going on out there? Where is AI? So I started to look at some headlines, and there's some doozies out there related to AI. I really was excited about the Hypershield announcement. I'm still trying to wrap my head exactly around what that is, but it's certainly AI-enabled. Cisco made a big partnership with NVIDIA. That was cool. There's some excitement going on, right? Last year, John Capobianco, really great engineer, started to do ChatGPT recommendations and what we can do with the networking space. Heck, AI got Chuck Robbins to go talk to the Pope about ethics, right? I'm really happy about that, because that's something that I am constantly kind of trying to figure out, like, where does AI and ethics and these things fit in? But I promised myself for this session I was going to take my tinfoil hat off a little bit and set it aside. But I couldn't help but kind of add one of my scariest ones are the robots with guns that are trotting around the world now. But we're not going to talk much about that. But there's a lot going on in this area. AI is new. Who's familiar with this drawing? The hype cycle. Right? We've seen hype cycles come for lots of different technologies, but due to corporate branding perspectives, I couldn't actually download and use the Gartner hype cycle one, so I had to like freehand draw the thing in PowerPoint, but I think I did a decent job. And so what I'm trying to figure out is, where exactly are we in the hype cycle for AI so far? Right? I've got my guesses, but who thinks we've made it to the peak? Anybody? No, I don't think so either. We certainly haven't headed down towards the trough of disillusionment, and we're certainly not heading up here into the plateau of productivity. And so we're somewhere over here, right? We're somewhere in this exciting area where people are just trying to figure out potential and getting excited and talking about what is possible with AI and everything. But we can't ignore it, and that's what brought me to put this talk together, right? I could have just said, I'm just going to keep talking about programmability, and I imagine many of you would have still come to hear from Hank. But I said, no, it's here. We have to accept it. We have to move forward. So I want to introduce you all to my personal new favorite AI assistant, Mr. Packets. And he's here to help Carl, the network engineer, and each and every one of you in the future. Now, Mr. Packets is new, right? He's still trying to figure out exactly what's going on. Like many of the AIs out there, he's still trying to deduce things like sarcasm and humor, right, and snark. So don't ask Mr. Packets how to make a pizza is kind of what I'm suggesting. But before we dive into exactly where this fits in, I want to settle ourselves in and talk a little bit about the network and where it's come and where it's gone to. I always start this presentation with this drawing because it lets me settle my nerves as I'm on stage talking with all of you about the changes that are going on. The network, when I started learning about networking as a NetAcad student, right, the network was really simple. It was made up of routers and switches and servers and maybe some printers that we would connect in. The network was easy to find, right? It was typically painted teal green, mounted in our telecom closets, and like had Cisco silk screened in white on the front of it. Like we could reach out and we could touch the network. But that's not the network anymore. The network has evolved, right? It's grown, and it's grown fast through those ages of networking that we talked about, right? So this was a point in time for the network. At this point in time, right, we've got cloud is doing things for us. We blew past the land of virtual machines and we landed in containers. Who's running containers in production these days? I imagine everybody, right? They show up all over the place. All the services we have to deal with, mobile devices, load balancers, IPS, DNS, all these things we had to deal with. And then we continued to grow what the network was. We started to add more things like overlays and software-defined WANs became critical. Controllers, right, remnants, right, things that leftovers from the Renaissance age, we're bringing these pieces in. And then the evolution rapidly continued. This used to be where I would stop this drawing, right? We had things like hybrid work came in, source of truth is important, SASE. We want to make our network SASE. You really have to enunciate that one, otherwise it gets a little bit awkward. We want to make our network SASE. Automation programmability, that brought us infrastructure as code. Full stack observability, still important at Cisco Live, but was marquee last year as it went in. But now we are at the artificial age, and artificial intelligence starts to come in. And I was trying to decide, where do I put artificial intelligence on this representation of the network? And I realized it's just everywhere. At least right now, it's everywhere. And so I said, all right, it's just going to encompass it all. Otherwise, I was just going to have to make everything yellow. And that would be a really ugly slide if it was that, like, just yucky yellow. So artificial intelligence is here, right? It's giving us ways to interface with all of our tools. We're seeing Cisco's AI assistants pop up all over the place. We're seeing the ability to use artificial intelligence to gain configurations for switches and network devices. Artificial intelligence is popping up as a tool that we can leverage. But artificial intelligence for network engineers is not just a feature, some new thing we're going to play around with. Artificial intelligence has real demands on the infrastructure to make sure it works. And we've been hearing things about that this week as well. And so we also have impacts in the network down here where we've got servers that actually are the artificial intelligence. And so we've got large language models and GPUs and DPUs. And there's probably other PUs, but I'm not sure what those are yet. And so we have to also build networks to support the artificial intelligence that's out there. And so with this in mind, let's dive in a little bit to the first section of this presentation where we're going to look at artificial intelligence and network engineers today. Right? And by today, I probably mean really just today, because this is changing so fast that tomorrow, who knows what it's going to be. There's a lot of ways our network engineers can use artificial intelligence. The one that I think is the easiest one to get into, and the one that I think a lot of us can leverage, is using AI to find answers to questions. And when I started to think about this use case, right, I was going through way back in the day, right, how did we find answers to how to do something in our network? Well, we found the manual, and we looked it up, and we flipped through it. Times changed, and how do we find answers to questions now? Maybe we ask people, but we search it, right? We Google it, or we Bing it, or, I mean, back in the day, we used to Yahoo it, right? But we would, like, search for it out there. And so I said, okay, one of these first nice areas for artificial intelligence and large language models is the ability to ask it questions, to get answers to it, because my understanding is the way that these artificial intelligence were trained is they were just let loose on the internet, right? Go learn it all. So if it knows everything on the internet, let's ask it some questions and see what we can get. And so that's what I started with. So I sat down and I started to ask Bridget. Bridget is Bridge IT. It's Cisco's internal AI assistant that we are allowed to use because it's got some guardrails and fences to make sure that some of those ethics and privacy bits are out there. So I started a chat with Bridget, and I said, okay, one of the questions always comes up when we're doing work. I just finished a large data center migration project, and we're putting switches all over the place with different flavors, and I'm constantly talking to my engineers that are on site saying, okay, run this link, and then I go to look at it, and it doesn't work, and come to find out it's the wrong transceiver. Anybody else have this issue, or is it really just me? It's like, so I was like, okay, what type of 40 gig transceiver will work on my Nexus 93180FX? We have a lot of those in our data center. And I said, okay, should be pretty simple. And so I looked for my answer, and this is what Bridget tells me. And says, okay, on this, it's like, first up, check the device's hardware compatibility list. Yes, but I don't want to do that. I wanted to ask you, Bridget. And so she gives me some information. So for a 93180FX, like, here's a list of them. I like this sentence. You can generally use. Yeah, I know I can generally use anything that's rectangular inside of a slot, but I need specifics. I need specific details. And then it's like, always verify the specific part number and firmware version of your switch to ensure connectivity. Okay, so this really, I knew all of this. Bridget, you didn't really help me out at all. And I said, okay, that's fine. It's a tough question, right? Maybe I started too hard. And so I went to a follow-up question, and I said, okay, what is the link to Cisco's transceiver compatibility tool? Because that's how I typically solve this problem. I just go to our transceiver compatibility tool, and I put in the information, and it tells me these are the ones that will work. And then I send that link to my on-site engineers so they can figure out what they broke. And so what do I get? I said, it's Bridget. She was trained looking at the internet, but she says, however, as an AI, I cannot provide a direct URL to an external web page. This one threw me off. Why not, Bridget? You certainly read that page. Why couldn't you? And I dug into it a little more, and I actually learned why Bridget can't do this. It's because Bridget read the internet and then got disconnected from it. Most of these AI tools are not real time on the internet, right? They consume a bunch of information, and then as everything we know, like the internet starts to change and they get disconnected. I'm actually kind of okay with that. We're early in this AI space. I'm okay that she's not actively like querying whatever the latest thing on Reddit was. And so, all right, so we can't get there. She did give me some information. To find it, well, just go to Cisco and use the search feature and all of this. And I said, that's cute, Bridget, thank you, I appreciate that. But what did I do? The same thing I always do. I just went to, come on. Aw. I'm talking bad about technology, right? That's what I get. There it goes. Whew. I did what I always do. I went to Google and I started typing Cisco trans, and I got there and it was like, there it is. So first one out the box, really didn't solve the solution that I was after, but I said, okay, that was too hard. I'll try something a little simpler. You should know the answer to this one. I said, Bridget, what kind of network is needed for AI, right? What do we do? What do we have to build to do this? I got a pretty decent answer to this question. I got a nice verbose one. It says, okay, well, we got to worry about bandwidth and latency. Right? This was a good summary, right? It was a nice introduction. I can't use this. It's not a CVD, but it's there. And then I started to read it in detail, and I was like, Bridget, you smart girl. I think she was trolling me a little bit. What's the answer that every network engineer ever says when they're asked a question? It depends. Right there. Depends. I was like, wow, you really are a network engineer, right? Even Bridget, even ChatGPT, even these AI engines know that how we build a network depends. And I was like, okay, I appreciated that. We went up on that a little bit. And so using AI to get answers to our questions, I think, is a valid use case. It's a valid way we can go after this, but we should treat it like we treat anything else, right? We got to trust but verify, see what's out there, and sometimes it's just a starting point. I look at this as a tool we can leverage to kind of find the shortcuts, validate information that we think that's out there, and it's a place to go. But one of the other big areas we have to do as network engineers with artificial intelligence is building the networks that will design and run these AI engines. And there's a lot of work going on in here. This is a lot of the partnerships Cisco's doing with NVIDIA, right? Designing these networks that are in place. And what does it take? Well, big, wide networks, spines, leaves, high bandwidth. 40 gig isn't even enough anymore. 100 gig, take your 100 gig and go run some Facebook on it or something. No. For AI, we want 400 gig or 800 gig or whatever is going to come after that. So we've got all of this going in. That's really exciting, particularly for Cisco and all of your account managers. Super happy about like those 800 gig optics that you're all going to be buying. And I started to look into what it took to run an AI network. And I think my favorite part of it was, oh yeah, quality of service. For years, we've been waiting for quality of service. Everybody's like, no, we don't need quality of service. Just throw more bandwidth at it. We're throwing 800 gig links at artificial intelligence networks, and we still need to install and configure quality of service. So all you early network engineers that are saying, oh, I don't want to learn about service policies and class maps, it's not going anywhere. We've still got to have quality of service. There's always that case. And now we're going to talk about probably one of the most interesting and exciting ones that comes up with AI and network engineering is using AI to generate configurations. And so here we've got Mr. Packets. He's like, all right, I can make some network configurations. And so I said, let's see what happens. And I started with one of my favorite ones to talk about whenever we're talking about network configurations and going through. I said, okay, how can I add VLAN 99 to a trunk port on a Cisco switch, right? Some of you are probably wondering if I already know what I was going to look for. And so Bridget gives me an answer and says, okay, here's the info, right? Go in. And sure enough, Bridget knew, don't forget the add keyword, right? We need that when we go in. So that was a nice little check, like not too bad. I also like the fact that it was broken down and gave me some information about what was going through. So it's a bit of a training exercise. I like that. That's helpful as well. I stepped it up a notch and I said, okay, what QoS configuration will work on iOS XE 17.12 to prioritize voice traffic and make FTP traffic best effort? I didn't actually have to do this. I just was trying to come up with something to ask to see what she would do. And so she came back and said, okay, well, here's some detail. And she gave me an ACL and class maps and policy and how to apply. And I skimmed through it. And I was like, okay, that seems generally good. I will say I wasn't about to go like copy and paste this into my router, but it was a nice starting point, again, which is a great use case for this type of a thing. Give you a starting point. Trust but verify. Go back in and see what's there. I also really liked that it gave me some information about what was going on and the warning. Right? So she's self-aware. QoS is complex. Make sure you're really sure about what you're doing. I went in on here, something else I have to do regularly, and despite the fact how many times I've done this, I always have to look it up. And I said, well, how do I do a password recovery on, and I actually went Catalyst 3550. We still have a handful of these kicking around in labs used for training because the fundamentals in networking are still basically the same. And so I got the answers here, connect to the switch, reboot, gave me the commands, what was going on. So it was functional, right? This would have saved me some time if I was sitting there from having to Google and then go read in. And then we get to this one. This one really impressed me. I got to say, if I wasn't sitting down when I read her response to this, I would have fell over. So let me tell you where this came from. I do a talk at Cisco Live. I did it yesterday. Programmability skills for engineers who don't want to code. If you don't want to write code, right? That's what's going on. If you were in that talk, you've already seen this example, so don't spoil it, right? It's going to be pretty good. And so I said, okay, so in that talk, I have a use case where I've got a CSV file, and I use some Ansible to render some configurations. And so I created this really simple prompt using the data from the below CSV file or data. So a couple of rows, and I said, generate a configuration for each row based on the below Jinja template. Poof. Straight exactly what I used with Ansible. I'm like, all right, let's just see. I didn't want to give a lot of detail. I kept the prompt really simple, right, short, because some of the AI training I've gone through is always make these really robust, detailed prompts, right? At that point, I might as well have just done the work. But so I kept it short. And so this is the answer I got. And I was like, all right, that's pretty good. Based on all of what you gave me, here's the configuration for VPN 101 and 102. Awesome. I was like, hey, I can get behind that. You did exactly what I asked. But she wasn't done. She wasn't done. No. She comes back and says, hey, please note that there's a typo in the Jinja 2 template. And I'm like, what? I didn't do it on purpose. She said, oh, yeah, you left the space out in your transform set. It should have been this. And then I went back and I looked at the config she gave me, and she gave me the configs after fixing my typo. I was like, wow, that's really cool. That was impressive. And then down here, she was smart enough to know that if I actually took those configurations and I applied them to the same router, things wouldn't work. Because you can't do that. You can't. I knew that those were different routers. She didn't, but she's like, okay, well, if you need this on the same router, here's some variations you could do so that it would work. I really enjoyed this. I like this. And I was talking with an attendee yesterday after I did this, and he gave it a name. This is like a config review, right? We've all done this. We've made configurations. We send it to another engineer. Hey, take a look at this. Let me know what you think. That's a use case that I think is really an interesting one to go in, right? It's that you're using AI to check your work. And I think there's a lot of potential in this space as we're going in as another aspect of our pipelines. And so generating configurations for code. Mr. Packets has got some skill, right? As does Bridget, the Cisco IT one. However, there may be monsters here. Be very careful, right? Be cautious. I would say treat this the same way you would treat something from Stack Overflow or Reddit, or heck, even cisco.com documentation, right? Don't just copy and paste directly into your stuff. Do your due diligence. Make sure it's there. The best place I think we're going to see AI generating configurations is stuff like we've seen from Cisco and other companies that are out there, where the Cisco AI assistant built into security can go through and be like, hey, write me an ACL for this. I'm going to trust this a little more because it's got Cisco behind it. The intelligence is there. It's trained on the specific things that are in place. So this adds a lot of value. So moving on a little bit, I originally was going to call this like future AI in the network engineer, and then I was honest, it's probably the near future. Some of this is probably right around the corner. I'm personally really excited to see what the next generation of assurance offerings is going to be from Cisco. I was watching the keynote this morning. We're already starting to see what some of that is. And that's going to be helpful, because one of the hardest things to do, I had to do this a few weeks ago. We were in the middle, I was on site at the data center, we were doing a move, and we had a significant outage in our network. And we had to sit down and try to figure out what was going through. I think there's a lot of potential for AI to go through, look at these pieces, find it, and at least give you pointers, places to look, right? Building on what we've already done in automation. We're also going to see the day where this comes in, unsolicited configuration advice and oversight, right? Somebody looking over our shoulder. And so here we've got Carl and Mr. Packets, and Mr. Packets like, what are we doing today? Oh, it's great. Well, I've just got some like network changes to do, same old, yeah, you see how it goes. And Carl's tappity tap, tappity tap. And Mr. Packets like, whoa, I'm sorry, Carl. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, all right? And man, if this happened to me, I'd be like Carl, I'd be like, what? I can't do this? I'm the engineer, I'm the CCIE. I am perfect. You can't stop me. And then Mr. Packet's like, hey, but you left the add keyword out. Oh, yeah, even experts make mistakes, right? And so Carl's apologetic, but Mr. Packet's, like every beginning expert that's out there, always thinks that they're infallible, and he says, not everybody doesn't make mistakes. Even farther out, probably not near, as we will eventually have independent AI engineers. Carl goes off on vacation. Mr. Packets, you're in charge. I'm hoping that's a long way out. I hope we get a lot of the answers to some of the questions that are there, but I think we're going to head in that direction. And so what should we do today? What should Carl, what should I, what should all of us be doing today to be ready for this transition into artificial intelligence? Well, it's fortunate you're all here at the Cisco U Theater with Learning and Certification. We have been adding extra content into Cisco U, much of it free tutorials around the fundamentals of artificial intelligence, right? We've got understanding AI and LLMs. We've got how to do prompts, how to generate technical documents. There's a lot of really cool stuff that we're trying to get out there as we're in this hype cycle going forward. We also had the announcement yesterday of certification updates. Right? So we now have elements of generative AI in CCNA 1.1. It's just introducing these topics because we need to make sure we're starting to think what's out there. The big announcement, the CCDE, Cisco Certified Design Expert updates, now include details about how do we actually design data center networks to support AI workloads, right? Making sure that all of our customers have the tools necessary to build and design these effectively. Cisco is all over AI. If you've been here at Cisco Live at all, clearly this is happening. And so we're doing things all over the place. We've got AI-ready infrastructure. I'm a data center guy, so I was excited to read through this and learn. This is where I found out that quality of service is still really, really important. Made me happy, really kind of made my day on that one when I went through it. G2 is doing some updates and demonstrations on what we're doing in this space. So we've got the Cisco AI Assistant is popping up all over the place. I actually really like the AI Assistant in WebEx. It's never really a collaboration guy. Love the technology, never really learned how to build it. But these things like summarization features, providing you details about what's going on, another great use case for AI coming from Cisco as we're embedding into our products. And then I already talked about the one that's in security to kind of figure out what's going on, right? So this is here, this is cool. There's a lot of really interesting stuff coming at us related to AI that's going to hopefully make our job as network engineers easier, but probably also generate us a bunch of headaches because we have to do a lot more work. But hey, we're the network engineers. We've been doing lots of hard work for years, and it wasn't going to stop just because AI was here. And so remember, AI is here. It's coming strong. We have to be ready. And I'm nervous. I'm sure some of you are also nervous, but we're on this journey together, the same way we were on the journey related to programmability and automation. Cisco will be here, Hank will be here to help all of you figure out what's real, what's not, how to tackle it. We'll have tutorials, we'll have tutorials, we'll have classes, we'll have certifications to make sure you are all enabled to continue to offer the value you do to your organizations and communities that are out there. And as always, if you have any more questions, I'm around. Stay in touch. My contact information at this point, you could probably ask any chat GPT, what's Hank's email address? And be like, here it is. Go send him a message. He'd love to hear from you. And I really would. So thank you for joining me here in the Cisco U Theater for this introductory talk to exactly what network engineering and artificial intelligence has to offer each other. I will be back, shameless self-plug, I will be back at about 4:30 today doing trivia here in the theater. We'll have happy hour. And there are some fun AI trivia questions that I've worked in there. So if you've got nothing going on at the end of the day, come back to the Cisco U Theater and join us. Thank you all so much. Last piece. Everybody look on the floor. If you have a blue ticket, there are 5 of them out there. We have a potential winner. If you have a blue ticket, look for your blue tickets. Oh, everybody's under the seat, seeing what's there. If you have a blue ticket, come forward and we will see which one of you lucky folks has won a prize. The rest of you, come back. We have prizes for other sessions too. Take care.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for stopping by and listening to me talking about network design. My name is Mark Holm. I am the exam program manager for the CCDE certification here at Learning and Certifications. So I talk network design all the time. That's what I do, and that's how I make a living in my professional career at the moment. I make sure that if you go take the CCDE exam, it's my job to make sure we test you the right way. But I'm not going to talk so much about the DE today. I'm going to talk much more about some of the stuff you need to know to be able to be a network designer. Because at the end of the day, network design is not just making some drawings in Visio or other drawing programs. This is about knowing the requirements, knowing your customer, knowing your organization to make sure they get what they need, right? So it's not just about technical knowledge. You need other things as well. So that's what I'm going to cover today. I'm going to give you an example that's going to look very simple, but it's going to have 2 very different outcomes depending on the requirements. So quickly, there is a WebEx space for this. So after the session, if you registered, you should have been added to a room. If not, let us know. Otherwise, feel free to ask me questions afterwards if you have any follow-up questions or anything I've been saying today. So let's have a look at some of the required skills that you need. Because network design is not an exact science. You need to have technical knowledge, and you need to have experience, all right? Because without the experience, it will be harder for you to design well-functioning networks that are built to the purpose they are supposed to do. And then you need to understand the goals of what you are trying to do. So if you're working on a project, you need to understand why this project, what are the goals? What do you want to achieve? Your customer or your organization, what are you trying to get to? Don't just blindly assume, oh, this is just a network. It won't be. There's going to be some requirements, there's going to be some business behind it that needs this to make sure they are fully able to utilize this network afterwards. And we see this every day. Network designs that are bad, they cause problems every day. So essentially you spend up a lot of time and money fixing those problems, those money would have been much better spent making a proper design at the beginning of the project. But the thing here, and this is bullet number 4 here, is very important. There's no one size fits all. That doesn't exist. So when we talk about Cisco validated designs, they are very good. They are validated, of course, hence their name. But at the end of the day, they should be seen as a starting point. You need to trust and verify. Make sure it actually fits, because there might be, or likely will be, a requirement somewhere in this information you get from your customer that says, we can't use the solution as it is. We need to make some adjustments. And there's always going to be some trade-off somewhere. You can't build the coolest network ever built because the customer probably can't afford it, right? You need to make sure that you find a balance between features and what's actually needed. Don't just throw in a lot of features because somebody has to pay for it at the end of the day. And money, it always wins, every time. No matter what you do, if there's no money to buy what you're suggesting, you won't win. It's going to be shut down. It's not going to be valid design for this game. So this is why you need not a master's degree, but you need business understanding to be able to do proper network design and be a true expert in that field. So you need to be able to analyze and understand what you're working with, what you're working in, and who you're working for. If you don't have that understanding, chances are you will be making wrong decisions somewhere along the path and will fail to meet the requirements that you've been asked or tasked to do. So you need to make sure that whatever you do, it supports whatever goals and strategy are set for that business. Again, if you fail, they won't call you next time they need a design project. You need to make sure that whatever you do is aligned with the strategy. So you need to ask questions. You need to make sure you understand this. Don't assume it. Verify by asking. And then you need to, of course, meet all the requirements, but there's also going to be some constraints. It might be, oh, we can't use new technologies. Or this we can't use, nobody says that today, but we can't use VXLAN. We will only use traditional VLANs. Okay, might happen. But there might be constraints that you need to add to that will completely take away everything that you have learned recently here at Cisco Live. Say this is a new cool technology, this is what you should all be doing. But if the customer says, we don't want that, then you have to meet that requirement by not doing it. So again, it ties into that you know who you're working for. So if you're working on a new project, spend a little time researching the company name, researching what they do, what kind of a company are you working with. Because if you do that, you might have a better understanding and a good starting point in succeeding and understanding what they're doing. You need, and we talk about this, I say business requirements. You also need to have deep, solid technical understanding of the features, the protocols, all the technologies. You need to have good knowledge of them because you need to know what kind of problems they can solve and how they can solve them. And you only have that by having a deep technical knowledge. You can't just, oh, I think VLAN will be good here. You need to know why VLAN will be good because you need to ask the right questions. So if you talk about the CCIE, which is much more about implementation, so this is more how you do it. When you do a design, you have to ask why. Because you don't implement, you typically anyway, you don't implement as a network designer. You design the network and you hand it off to somebody else to actually do the implementation. You don't do everything yourself unless you're a very small organization where you might have both caps on. But most importantly, you have to size it right. Don't gold plate it. Again, it ties back to the requirements. If they don't have a requirement to do feature set, then don't put it there because it will be overplating and it will be waste of time and resources to build in the feature they will never use or don't even want. And then lastly, this is where the business stuff comes in. You need to be comfortable working with topics like CapEx, OpEx, TCO, total cost of ownership, return on investment. Because you need to understand, again, the money is king, not technology. So you need to be able to work with these numbers and figure out what's going to cost the long run, what's going to be OpEx, what's going to be a CapEx. And you need to understand there's going to be a cost of operating and owning this network. So not only the acquiring the hardware, acquiring the hours to implement it, you also need to operate it until the day you have to refresh everything. So remember, everything is cyclical. It all goes back. You design, then you run it, and at some point you're going to go back and make a new design because things change. And this is also what a designer does. Understands that there is always going to be changes. One of the most important things you need to do is listen. When you sit in meetings with your customer, you have to listen to what they are saying and also what they're not saying. Because it's hardly ever going to happen to you that a customer is going to say exactly, we want this and we want it like that. They don't know. It's your job. So what they are saying and then what they're not saying, listen to what's between the lines. Because they might not say it directly, so you need to be able to catch, oh, this is what you really want. You're saying you're wanting this, but in reality you want something over here. But often these people that you're talking to, as a network designer, might be CTOs or CFOs. They might not know all the technical side. So you need to be able to speak business language and understand that they are going to express something in what we need for our business, and then you have to listen to them and figure out and translate that into the design at the end of the day. So you're going to talk to a bunch of relevant people, not only CTOs and things like that, but you're also going to talk to network engineers. You're going to talk to them, okay, so what do you need? What are your pain problems today? What do you struggle with today? And what are your skill sets? Because another thing you have to consider, if you bring in brand new technology, there's also going to be training. If you don't have the necessary skills in the organization to run the network, again, it's not relevant, it's going to be useless at the end of the day. So if you get to a customer that doesn't have budget for training or time for training, you'll lose. Because if you put in new technology that requires training, the staff is not skilled for it, you lost. You didn't do your job as a network designer. Keep everything you've gathered information, keep it there. Because it might be something that's not relevant now, it might become relevant down the road. Or again, make sure you have it available, don't throw it away and assume, oh, this is never going to use this piece of information. Make good notes, you need to have good notes. Taking skills probably will be a good thing to do. And first of all, no preconceived notions and ideas. Because if you do, you're going to have a bias towards a certain solution even before you know what the requirements are. You need to make sure that you leave your head open, a mind open to everything can happen. So if you avoid those preconceived notions, that means you're open to adjust. So you might have an idea of what you want to do, but then you're much more willing and able to adjust and change course based on what you hear. If you're going to say it's going to be VXLAN no matter what, and you end up saying VXLAN is not the right fit, then again, you lost. You didn't do your job. And you don't want to make assumptions, so you want to talk to the people, ask them questions. Never assume anything unless you've been told you can assume this. So never automatically assume anything. And finally, the 2 a.m. in the morning test. If somebody calls you, can you justify the decisions you have made? All right? Can you at any point say, why did you choose VXLAN? Oh, it was because you told me this, and you have this requirement, and you have the skills to support it. Okay, then it's the right decision. But if you can't, you're probably wrong. Then if you can't justify decisions, again, you haven't done your job right. So network designer, you will work with high-level designs. So these are not going to be anything about protocol timers or how you implement OSPF in the areas, or if it's going to be ISIs, what kind of routing protocols you can use. You're going to define it's going to be ISIs because of the skill set you have, or you're already using it in the network. But you don't get to, typically don't deal with all the details of how you implement. That will be part of the low-level design, which an implementation engineer, such as a CCDE or CCNP, would actually do the actual implementation. And this high-level design, it's just a few of the common things you've put in there. So you will describe all the design that you're proposing. You will gather all the gathered information, say this is what I've been told. So based on this I've been told, I can meet these requirements by doing like this and this and this, and then describe this entire solution from point A to point B. And again, explain why the decisions were made. Because it makes it easy for the customer to understand why you're doing the way you're doing. Because they told you this, you told me this, so I'm going to do this. Okay, so they can say, okay, we told you to do so, but actually we were in mistake. We should not have told that, because we're going to do this instead. Then it doesn't fall back on you. You can actually say, I made a decision based on what you told me, so let's rework the case and make sure it actually goes well, and we fix the problem. You might also have to do a little bit of migration planning, figure out who's going to be involved and things like that. So it might be a high-level planning you need to do as well. But typically, again, this is more for the implementation side. But it's going to be, depending on your organization, it might be a little trade-off or might a little bit more differently cut between implementation and design. You want to be listing like bill of materials, statement of works, and other documents that you do. This is, of course, important to know, like, so, okay, this is going to be what you have to order, this is what you, the amount of hours you need to invest to actually get this done. But that's going to be part of the high-level design as well. And at the end of the day, this is going to be the document you present to your customer, and they sign off on that and tell, yes, now you've done your job, and now we can proceed with the actual implementation. So typically from high-level design to implementation is done. It can be several months, maybe even years, depending on the size of the project. But the high-level design is going to be the basis of everything that's going to happen all the way down along that line to make sure that at the end of the day you have this implemented in a way that is meaningful to the business that you're working with. So I have a little example here. It's going to be very, very simple. We have a very small data center here, collapsed core distribution, very small customer. So this is what they have today. You get a call from the customer, and they're going to talk a little about, well, we need additional capacity, and we want a second DC site. Okay, who doesn't want a second DC site? There's 15 kilometers. Sorry, I'm European, so I'm used kilometers. 15 kilometers between sites. They will need full layer 2 mobility. Okay, they need VM or containers that can move across both data centers, and they have plenty of fiber options. Okay, cool. But it doesn't help you much. You know, there's a few very basic requirements. You need a second DC site, but at the end of the day, you can't really work with this. You need more information. But the only thing we can use is that we want a second DC site. All right. Okay, we're going to replicate build a new site that's completely identical. Okay. Next step, we have to figure out how to connect these together. And again, with the information we have, it's not going to be a lot. So this is where technical knowledge comes in. So you might start looking a little bit about all the options that are available that can solve the problem you're trying to do, right? What are you going to do? You're going to use SDN or traditional network, you're going to use BGP, EVPN, VXLAN, you're going to use some kind of WDM system to connect the sites. And these are just some of the examples, but this is where your technical knowledge comes in, and you figure out, you make a short list of things that might solve the problem you're tasked to solve. At the end of the day, what is the answer? Right? All the information, it depends. Because the context you're putting it in is what really matters. So at this point, you would have to go to the customer and say, thank you for the assignment, but let's sit down and have a cup of coffee, and let's talk a little bit about what you actually need. So we're going to take the first version here, is that you sit down, have a talk, and say, okay, we don't have a big team, it's a small company, and they're always busy, and they don't have time for training, and they want to do things simple. They don't have, because of the skills, they don't have everything ready, so they don't have any automation plans, and something that's standard. Right? They don't have any more, so again, CapEx, capital expenditure, so that means if you buy a piece of equipment, that means it's a CapEx, and OpEx is operational cost, right? So they don't have any CapEx, so you can't buy additional hardware, except for the new site. But you can't buy anything for the existing site, you can only buy for the new site. Okay, so you chew a little bit on that, you come back, and then you're going to look and say, hey, simple, they want something simple. do a simple layer 2 extension between the sites, make a port channel to avoid any spanning tree issues. Is it ideal by today's standards? No, probably not. But this is what the customer wants. They want something that's simple, they want standard-based. Okay, you're going to throw in a port channel with LACP to keep track of all the links, and you have the full layer 2 mobility. You're checking off all the boxes with a very simple solution, and they have the fibers available so you can connect them as you want. This meets the requirements of the customer, but it's not modern, it's not fancy, it's not cool by today's standards, but it works, gets the job done. All right? So let's imagine another situation. You reset here, we go back and you go talk to the customer and they say, okay, we can add some complexity because we've got skills, we've got good people working for us. We want as much control of the end-to-end path as possible. We got some cabbage, we can buy some new gear if we need to. We need automation, and we want centralized policy management if we can. So again, preferred versus need. Make sure you know those things. It's a strict requirement or a nice to have requirement, right? There are differences, so if it's a preferred, if you can add it, perfect. If you can't, just say it's not possible. But if it's, we must have this, then you can't really get away from not doing it. And they need like a 3-fold increase in their needed number of links because they know they have done their forecast, so they think in the next 12 months we need even more capacity. Okay, cool. Then, let's build a spine leaf architecture. Connect the leaf to each other. You have some WDM system in the middle to do all the links so you can add multiple channels as the capacity needs change. And you can add SDN controllers if you need to have, if you want that automation capability or you want centralized policy management, you can add SDN controllers. You can add Ansible, you can add all those things along the way. Again, based on the requirements and the skill set of the customer, you can add this. And this is really two very different ways of solving the same problem here. Because this can offer layer 2 mobility as well. It offers the additional capacity just in a more modern way. Because these are the requirements that you can meet now and build something that's much more up to today's standards. There's always one more. You can always find one or more than one way to do it. The thing is you have to figure out which one is the best one. And what would you recommend? Because of course, if there are two solutions that would do the exact same thing in the exact same way, make the same requirements and meet all the same things, then you essentially have to choose and say, okay, I would recommend this because then it's your personal, might be a personal experience, say this works better in this environment than this. But then again, you would have to document it and say, because of personal experience, we recommend this way because it works better traditionally in these kinds of environments. I mentioned before, must, prefer, require, expect, nice to have, need to have. Make sure you do it because this is a change in the requirements that you have. And do you need to meet them, or should you need them, or can you meet them? It all, make sure you do it. And then again, go back, ask. One single person probably won't have all your answers, so you'll have to talk to a bunch of people. Again, network engineers, CFO, CTOs, maybe even users, because if they're complaining about issues when they connect to the application, there might be, you need to implement some kind of quality of service you need to add on top of it. So talk to all the stakeholders that's there, make sure you get all the input, because otherwise, you're only going to get one side of the affair. If you only talk to the CFO, you're tasked to build something that's cheap, doesn't cost a lot of money, but it doesn't meet what the technical requirements are. And if you only talk to the network engineers, they're going to say, we want the latest and greatest and coolest features, but the CFO is going to say, no, we're not going to pay for that. So as the network designer, you are the bridge between the business and the technology side. You can speak both languages, or you should be able to speak both languages. That's what the network is. True network design does if you work with this in a professional way. You can speak to both sides. Make sure that you spend the time you need. Don't say, oh, I'm going to go, I don't have more time today, so I'm not going to ask more questions. I think the rest here, information I didn't get my answers to, I'm just going to assume things. No. Spend the time. Spend all the time you need to make sure you get all the information you need to build the design in the way you're expected to do. And again, I've said this many times, but don't forget, There's going to be expectations from the business side, and there's going to be requirements from the business side, not only the technical side. So again, money wins at the end of the day. It is king, right? So when you talk about in context with CCDE, because I would be a fool not to talk about the CCDE when I'm here, this is exactly what we do with the CCDE. We test you on these skills. We test you on the ability to speak to both the technical side and the business side, gathering all information, analyzing what you're working with. That's what we test you on. That's going to be something that you have to do business drivers. Business drivers is, why are you doing this? Is because you want to be more agile in your in future changes in your strategic direction in your company, whatever it might be. But this is what we test you on. This is all, we will test you and give you anything that you need, and ultimately you will build a solution that matches this at the end of the day. And we do this in an 8-hour marathon if you take the exam. I hope to see you to take the exam one day, of course, so feel free to ask Anne, reach out if you do that. But it's going to be 4 of these scenarios. And then every scenario is going to be like I just talked about. It's going to be, you have a bunch of requirements, you have an existing topology. What can we do to make X, Y, Z happen? This is what we do. And you do that for 4 different scenarios. And these are not connected in any way. So when you finish with the 2-hour, you have to clear your mind, reset your mind, and go back and you start the next scenario. And it's going to be completely different. It's going to be different requirements. It's going to be a different company. It might even be a completely different vertical you're working with. But for the DE, this is going to be across more verticals. It can be enterprise, of course. This is what we focus on. But it can be wireless. It can be even collaboration. It can be routing switching. It can be WAN. It can be anything that you would find within an enterprise. Then we have this little thing here at the end called the area of expertise, which is a more specialized scenario. Again, same concepts apply, but just focusing on something a little more, could be service provider oriented. So if you work as a service provider, it might be more relevant for you to take this scenario. We have something that deals with data centers and cloud, and we have one that works heavily on wireless. So radio planning, all that stuff that goes with site surveys, all that stuff that goes with a proper wireless design. But at the end of the day, it's an 8-hour scenario-based exam, and it is a marathon. But I tell you, I can guarantee you this is worth it, because I know from talking to those who pass the exam, whenever they take the CCD and they get the CCD badge, the doors open to talk to CXO level people. You can now get talking time in front of CTO, CFO, because the industry knows the CCDE is able to speak business and technology. It's not focused on technology alone. We can speak both. We are the gap between business and technology. Whenever you do one of these exams, it's going to have a lot of introduction, so it's going to tell you what the company are, what they do, what are their strategies, all that stuff that you would need to be able to get a glimpse and get an idea of what you're working with. Get company background, topology joins, and then you will get some ongoing correspondence. You will get like emails. So again, imagine you're sitting in a meeting with your customer and they tell you, this is what we want. Oh, by the way, and then you get another email saying, oh, we also want this. This is no longer relevant. This is what you get. So this is presented to you along the full 2-hour scenario. And you have to figure out, it is your job to figure out what the relevant information is and make the decisions with the questions you get in your exam. And first of all, do not fight the test. Because if you think, oh, I know better than this, this is much better, I know exactly how this should work, you're not listening to what we're saying in all the documentation. Because, again, leave your outside knowledge and preconceived notions at the door. You're in a bubble for 2 hours or 8 hours. You live in that. So don't fight the test by saying, I know better. This is a sure way to fail the exam. I can guarantee you that. And when you do this, you become a different network engineer than you are today. If you add this business skill set on top of your technical skill set, it's going to be a completely different game. Because you can get different kind of roles. You can get talk time in front of CFOs, CTOs. It's going to change your career. Of course, if you're genuinely interested in working with network design, if you're 100% network implementation, then this probably is not for you. But if you need that design and you love network design and you want to do more network design, have a look at the DE. Because you'll learn that there's more to it than just the business side or something, the technology side. There's a ton of business side you need to meet too. So it's pretty much what I wanted to say here. I'll be around if you want to ask questions. Feel free to stop by. I'm typically around the certification lounge here. And we have tons of different training that you can do. So feel free to come by, ask us questions, ask some of my colleagues in the certification lounge about learning paths and Cisco U, how they can help you on your journey. So feel free to come by and say that. And with that said, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate your time.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Cisco U session number 2031. My name is Ahmed Moftah, and I have some good news for you. So this session is going to have some giveaways, so you guys can make a difference here. I'm going to be asking you questions. You guys are going to be answering, and there will be some giveaways. It's going to be technical, so yeah, it's going to be about multi-cloud, and this is time to get ready for multi-cloud. Who's ready? No, it's multi-cloud, so who is ready again? Yay, all right, so if you're ready, then let's get ready for multi-cloud using SD-WAN. Okay, so before I dive deeper into anything here, I just want to highlight that you guys can just ask any kind of questions at any time. Feel free to log into the WebEx chat room with the session number, exact session number, which is, as you can see up top, Cisco U 2031. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to assist you and help you with any questions. And also, the same questions that we're going to be asking, well, I'm here already, so let's just shoot some questions here. The agenda for today, as you can see it, we're going to be first talking about cloud computing in general to just get you to warm up. It's just an appetizer. Then we're going to start with multi-cloud. What is multi-cloud? How can we get connected to those different cloud service providers using specific technologies, that technology that I'm going to be discussing today, SD-WAN. And then, well, if you're talking about SD-WAN, tell me about some of the favorite features, some of the most important features, which is Cloud on Ramp, Cisco Catalyst SD-WAN Cloud on Ramp. We're going to be talking about these topics from the certification perspective. So if you guys are here trying to get ready for one of the latest multi-cloud certifications by Cisco, well, this is the right session because we've released already 3 new multi-cloud certifications. That has happened for quite some time. There were some other folks that talked about multi-clouds. We're standing here right now. But yeah, I know it's Wednesday, it's about to be over, so like 1 more or 2 more days, give or take. So there's gonna be like more multi-cloud sessions if you wanna learn more about it, but like since we're here, so why not to just, well, gain some knowledge about myself. For those of you who know me, I'm happy to see you again. My name is Ahmed Moftah. If you're meeting me for the first time, I'm a technical training manager at Cisco, and I am a certification junkie. I have 4 CCIEs and a CCDE and a CCSI. So yeah, I just know, I know it's too much, but like, yeah, that's what I do for a living. Besides getting certified, I actually teach. So I'm a trainer. Okay, I've been teaching Cisco trainings and Cisco technologies for like 18 years so far. Different technologies, routing, switching, enterprise technologies, SD-WAN, SD-Access, ACI, data center security, name it. I mean, a bunch of everything except for collaboration. I know nothing about collaboration. Don't ask me anything about that. I'm also a VCD player. Yeah, you heard me right. A VC, not the video compact disc, but I'm a video content developer. Any of the Cisco, like, the most important Cisco trainings that you see on Cisco U, these are done by myself, done by me, the videos mainly. So for this course, the ENCC, the Enterprise Cloud Connectivity, the videos have been created by myself, and the actual content is created by a group of well-versed engineers and led by my friend who should be around here. His name is Patrick Gargano. He is the creator of the content. I'm the creator of the videos, and I'm happy to share with you my thoughts about SD-WAN and multi-cloud. I'm also CCSI Proctor, and I host my weekly show on the Cisco U YouTube channel every Monday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. There is a new episode where you can watch lots of things about technology, specifically multi-cloud these days. So, about those 3 new certificates that we were talking about, they have already been released. We highly encourage you to pursue cloud. Okay, cloud is not the future. Cloud is the present. We are living already in the cloud era, and I know that there are lots of cloud certificates around different organizations and different companies. Cisco is one of those companies who can offer you 3 latest cloud certificates that can add to your CCNP. Okay, it's not just any random certificate, which is, you know, it's not going to give you any value. If you're looking for a complete CCNP so you could take an OnCore exam in the enterprise field and then add a specialist track. One of those specialist track could be that one that we're discussing right here today, the ENCC. All right, which is, again, about multi-cloud connectivity, how to get connected to the cloud using different kind of technologies. You could also secure your connection towards the cloud. You want to get connected, you want to make sure that you're getting connected securely, and that's going to be the 3rd one right here, which is designing and implementing secure cloud access, SCAST. Or maybe if you're into monitoring and troubleshooting, which is, I'm sure all of us are, so you could also pursue this certificate, which is designing and implementing enterprise network assurance. All of these are actually new and trending multi-cloud certification. I highly encourage you to start your journey if you have not started already. So we are starting here. Here we go. So this is the ENCC 300-440. This is the, I would say, the high-level blueprint. It's divided into 5 major sections. It talks about the architecture models, the design of your multi-cloud, the IPsec connectivity, which is one major way to get connected to the cloud. And it also talks about the other topic here, which is topic number 4, SD-WAN, Cisco Catalyst SD-WAN. And look at the percentage, 25%. That's the weighting of this section in the certificate itself. Is it 25%? Well, it says 25%, but let me tell you something, it's not 25%. It's actually round about 50%. Yes, it's round about half the content of this training, of the certificate, is based on SD-WAN. How to get connected to those different cloud service providers with style, with some luxury. If you want to accommodate your traffic with some policies that will give you the best, will give the traffic the best experience until you reach that specific service in the cloud. So I would just tell you that this is overall 50%. Justify that, please. In the architecture, there will be SD-WAN. Designing, there will be SD-WAN. IPsec is just IPsec. And SD-WAN is 25% right here. And then the operation is also includes troubleshooting SD-WAN as well. So give or take, that's going to be 50%. Let's begin. Okay, so as I said, this is an appetizer. It's just a way to warm up. And I'm going to just start by asking you a question that does not include a prize. Okay, I know that there are prizes, but this one doesn't. I have a clicker, and I keep just hitting the inner. I don't know why, but yeah. Can someone remind me that I have a clicker in my hand? Yeah, please. Who owns an electric power grid or a water pumping station? Anybody? Anyone? Of course you don't, because if you own one, you wouldn't be here at Cisco Live. You will have your own Cisco Live event. You will be a billionaire. So why am I asking this question? Because actually, cloud computing is the same thing. You want to consume electricity, you want to have water, you just pay for that service. Well, how about computing if you can deal with it the same way? Pay for the computing services that are being hosted by some experts in their cloud, in their special dedicated location, wherever that is, and all you can do is just pay the rent and get the service instantly from anywhere you want. However, the challenge is, or the question that's going to remain, what are those services that you need to avail? When I say what are, of course, they are computing services, but we want to focus on very specific services right here. So, yeah, the cloud service model tells me that you, as a customer, you're going to be responsible for a bunch of things, and the service provider is going to be responsible for a bunch of other things. When I say service provider, I mean the cloud service provider. Let's use the right acronyms, CSPs. So the CSPs, they're going to offer you something, and you're going to do something on your own. For example, if we take the terminology infrastructure as a service, from the name itself, infrastructure, the cloud provider is going to host all the infrastructure services, and you got to take care of what's on top of the infrastructure. The infrastructure means what? It means the hardware, like the cabling, the servers, the racks, everything that you can host a bunch of services on top of it. So you're going to bring your own services. You're going to bring your own operating system, and the cloud provider is going to bring the infrastructure. So this is exactly what's going to happen. Whereas for platform as a service, let's just kick it up a notch. Let the service provider not just host the infrastructure, but let them also host the operating system and the middleware as well. But you are responsible for your own applications. On the other hand, well, you might have guessed it already, SaaS, software as a service, from the name software, the cloud provider is going to be hosting everything. You just have to pay and consume, and that's it. So these are the three service models. This is where you have to ask yourself, what am I getting, and what is the service provider exactly doing? On the other hand, how do we deploy, or how does the service provider deploy a cloud model, which is the deployment itself? You could deploy it depending on where you're hosting those services. So you could deploy it publicly for everybody to avail that service, and that's going to be a public cloud, or they could deploy it privately for a private organization. I could classify this as a private cloud. Or maybe you could just mix between the two worlds, have some public, have some private, and this is going to be hybrid. But then you could do one more thing. You could do this. Multi-cloud. And it's time for the first question of the day, and that question is going to have a prize. And by the way, the prizes I'm distributing here today are actually Cisco Press books for those of you who are pursuing the OnCore exam or preparing for their CCNP or CCIE. This is going to be very beneficial. Even if you're not preparing for any exam, like the amount of information that you get in this book. And by the way, I'm not the writer, okay? I don't have my name in here. So yeah, this is going to be a free gift. So that question, the first question is, what do you think multi-cloud is? And if you're ready with an answer, yeah, the first hand that was raised here, let's just pass a mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Multi-cloud is when you're using several cloud services like AWS, Google, We use Adobe.
You are consuming several cloud services. Exactly right. Thank you. Appreciate it. You've got it. We'll meet after the session. I'll distribute that. So yeah, multi-cloud, let me rehearse that again. Multi-cloud is when a customer needs to consume different cloud services, but the bottom line here is from different cloud service providers. More than one cloud service provider is being contacted, more than one cloud service provider is being consumed by a customer. This is what we call a multi-cloud. Well, why am I even asking or talking about this? Because if you know what multi-cloud is, then your next challenge would be how to get connected to those different cloud service providers. And that's the main thing that we need to focus on here. The multi-cloud connectivity types. You might have guessed it already that if I'm trying to get to those different providers, by the way, let's just name some of those providers to just keep them at the top of our heads. We call them the CSPs, the cloud service providers, and we have lots of names here, including Cisco, of course. We have Amazon, we have Microsoft, Google, Dropbox, Office 365, name it, there are lots of them. So what you're trying to achieve here, how to reach there. They're available publicly, so guess what? It's public connection, it's the internet. Well, that's gonna be one primary way to get connected to the cloud, through a public internet connection. Okay, so how are you gonna be securing that? I guess this is not gonna be a very challenging question. It's gonna be some kind of IPsec tunnels, and that's gonna be easy and simple. So, whichever device that you might have, whether this is a router, a firewall, or any layer 3 device that can create some kind of IPsec tunnel, go ahead and then apply some CLI commands and create an IPsec tunnel and you have your traffic going. Or maybe you have an SD-WAN kind of router, which is in our case here, we're talking about, yeah, that was not a router, but yeah. In our case here, it's Catalyst 8000V, one of the latest Cisco routers that can give you those different SD-WAN features, along with other routers, of course, from Cisco. But yeah, if you have those routers and you have the SD-WAN solution, then you can have some kind of SD-WAN tunnel, which is, by the way, that's also an IPsec tunnel that can get you connected to the cloud. That's the public way. The private way, on the other hand, well, if I say private, well, it's going to be some kind of WAN circuit, a private WAN circuit, isn't it? Do you agree with me? Yes? Yeah, private WAN circuit. And in that case, just contact whichever service provider that you know, and then they're going to lease that circuit, and then that's it. Boom, you're just connected. Good latency, no jitter, or like the minimum jitter, and the best ever connection that you might have. But tell me about the money. Yeah, everything comes with a price. Oh, well, that's what it is. But what if I told you that we can also establish some kind of tunnels on top of those circuits? That's also possible. With SD-WAN, maybe if we're talking about AWS Direct Connect or Google Cloud Interconnect, you still have the option to be able to establish some IPsec tunnels or SD-WAN tunnels on top of those private circuits. Now, why tunnels? And by the way, this is a very tricky question. Why tunnels? Yeah. Encryption, well, okay, but I might just ask another question here. It's private already. It is a private circuit already. Why would you need to encrypt your traffic if it's private? Is it like just extra security, extra overhead?
To apply an overlay so you can do policy-based routing.
Well, actually, that had a giveaway, and you just got the question. Even before I thought about asking the question, thank you, you got one too. So the answer here was, which is the right answer, if you establish those SD-WAN tunnels, which are optional, yes, you will be able to encrypt, thank you. Yes, the security will be the very first thing that you get, but hey, I'm not very concerned. Maybe there's like some kind of government agency, which is, yeah, security is a major concern, so we are gonna encrypt and double encrypt and triple encrypt. It's okay, but hey, I'm not looking for that only. I'm also looking for one word that is gonna be given by SD-WAN. Policies. Policies. I'm looking for those SD-WAN policies which are going to give me the ability to tweak the traffic and treat that traffic with some luxury. And when I say luxury, I'm being very generic here. I want to just tell you, technical stuff here. So let's see what are those luxurious options given by Cisco, Catalyst, SD-WAN, Cloud on-Ramp. Yeah, I know this is a mouthful, but that's the name, that's it. Cisco Catalyst SD-WAN, if you're attending this session, I think you might have some background about SD-WAN. Who knows about SD-WAN, Cisco Catalyst SD-WAN? Yeah, some, yeah. Well, here we go. Cisco Catalyst SD-WAN is an SDN. Yes, you heard me right. This is one flavor of the SDN solutions. What is software-defined networking? Software-defined networking is the ability to abstract your different planes. What are the planes that we know? Yeah, control, data, and management. So why would you need to abstract those planes? We want to guarantee, I'm talking SDN here, not SD-WAN yet. So why would you need to abstract the planes? I want to abstract the planes because, hey, that's going to guarantee that my data plane is always going to flow, regardless of any interruption to the control or the management. So if the control dies at any moment, or the management disappears for some technical reason, you can't reach those routers from the management plane, the data is still going to be guaranteed. So that one thing the SDN solutions in general are going to give us. But hey, yeah, SD-WAN is no different. It has this abstraction mechanism where we have the data plane represented by routers from Cisco, and on top of that, those routers, we have the latest and greatest Cisco Catalyst 8000V. We also have the control plane represented by the controllers, a separate plane with separate devices, virtual devices that are called the controllers as of now, previously known as the vSmart, for those who are coming from the V background. And we have the management plane represented by the manager up there, where you can push configuration and pull statistical information, and that used to be called the vManage. No longer, we don't have that V anymore. And we have the validator that used to be called the vBond for authenticating the devices that enter the SD-WAN fabric. That's just a quick overview. There are lots of features behind Cisco Catalyst SD-WAN. We'll have, I can talk about them in like a week or 2 weeks. But just really quick, look at this. Look at all of those different features, starting from the abstraction of planes, the types of routers, physical or virtual, the segmentation, the data protection using different kind of tunnels, whether we're talking about IPsec tunnels for data or management plane or control plane tunnels, which are DTLS tunnels, or maybe we're talking about zero-touch provisioning, name it. There are lots of things. But we are here today for this guy. This friend right over here, Cloud on-Ramp. We're more concerned about this very feature. What is it going to give us? What is SD-WAN going to give us to get connected to the cloud? Well, Cloud on-Ramp, ladies and gentlemen, one flavor of Cloud on-Ramp is called Cloud on-Ramp, or the full name, Cisco Catalyst SD-WAN Cloud on-Ramp for SaaS. Where the name comes, SaaS, so we're dealing with software as a service. So let's just see the magic here. You're trying, and I'm gonna have to just exercise back and forth in front of this big screen because the laser pointer is not very sharp here. But yeah, you're standing here and you're trying to reach the cloud up there. Let's say, for example, Microsoft 365, and you're trying to use this kind of application. This is not an application for fun. You're not just browsing for, it's not random browsing. You're doing some job. You're doing your job. This is your, your business. So you want to make sure that the traffic reaches there, and it reaches with guarantee. Okay, so to guarantee that traffic is going to reach, there are a bunch of mechanisms that will be exercised by those routers, by the SD-WAN router. So you have one SD-WAN router over there. You're trying to reach, so what's going to happen? Wait, DNS request, because that's found on the in the public internet, right? So it always starts with a DNS request. The router is going to try to send all those DNS requests to different kind of DNS servers found online. Whoever is going to respond, well, that's my path. I have a bunch of service providers for redundancy, which is a good idea. Maybe the first service provider gave me the first reply, or maybe it gave me the best reply. We're going to talk about this in a few seconds. Then I'm going to start testing. The router is going to start testing. Testing what exactly? It's going to start testing the performance. It's all about performance. I want to guarantee performance. So let's just keep sending continuous HTTP pings to make sure that the service provider is giving me the best service. And in that case, technically speaking, we're measuring using a bunch of attributes, namely packet loss, jitter, and latency. These three factors, these three attributes are being used. If they are being, if the numbers are good, well, that's going to be my best bet. But if the numbers are not good, well, guess what? I'm saying the numbers are not good. I didn't say, watch me, I didn't say that the second service provider died or just got disconnected. I said, all the providers are working, everybody's happy, but I'm not very happy about the second service provider's performance. The jitter, packet loss, and latency, they're not very good out there, right? So guess what? We're going to call this, I'm not going to just keep saying jitter, packet loss, and latency. I'm going to combine them all together, and I'm just going to give them a name, QoE, Quality of Experience Scores. Numbers from 1 to 10, the higher the better. 8 to 10 is the best performance, so I'm looking for something of that sort. The router is looking for those numbers. Oh, ISP1 is giving me a 10. Let's just push the traffic over there. Whoa, look at that. It's just going there. At some point in time, service provider number 2 started giving me better readings. Well, yes, well, let's just start flipping the traffic the other direction, and no one is hurt. I'm getting the best performance, and that's what I need if any packet loss or any latency were to happen. And at the same time, yeah, a deflection can happen at any time, but then there are some timers. We're not going to discuss those timers at the meantime, but it's not going to happen immediately. They have to be tested over a period of time. Then only the deflection is going to happen. And if you happen to have an SD-WAN tunnel on the other hand, then maybe I can also still push the traffic inside the SD-WAN tunnel and then be able to reach to the final destination through a gateway, through a regional hub or a data center. That is also doable, but you're going to add into the equation the metrics of the tunnel being used right here, which is the SD-WAN tunnel, in addition to what you were talking about. That was one flavor of SD-WAN, of Cloud on Ramp. That was Cloud on Ramp for SaaS, the previous example. Now we have another feature, which is called Cloud on Ramp for multi-cloud, and this stems from infrastructure as a service. Do you remember that? Infrastructure as a service. Who was doing what? Infrastructure as a service. And this question doesn't have a giveaway. Yeah. Infrastructure as a service. Yeah. The service provider manages the infrastructure. Thank you. And you're going to manage everything else, which is the operating system and everything on top of it, like the application, for example. And this is what we're going to do over here with multi-cloud, Cloud on Ramp for multi-cloud. Let's assume that you're running out of space. You're running out of network equipment. Your managers decided that you want to move to the cloud for financial reasons, for business reasons. I have no say in this. And look at the HR department there that reside in VPN number 10 with a specific subnet. In another branch, yeah, we have the same exact department with the same subnet and the same VPN. By the way, VPN from SD-WAN perspective means VRF, if you were to translate that terminology. But yeah, you decided to grow, but you're going to grow in the cloud. And well, Amazon is one of those cloud providers. And what's going to happen? You're going to create a bunch of regions with virtual private clouds, VPCs, host those subnets inside those virtual private clouds, and the magical wand is that, well, I know all of this. I mean, there's nothing new here. What are you trying to tell me? Are you trying to impress me with something that I already know? Well, the magical part is it's all happening from here. You don't have to waste your time jumping back and forth between the manager and other different user interfaces, although you might just do minimal interaction with the Amazon management console, okay, AWS management console, but still, it's not as if you were jumping regularly back and forth between 2 or 3 different interfaces. So from the manager, you're going to be able to create a bunch of routers, specifically, namely, a pair of Catalyst 8000V routers, and in front of that, those 2 routers, you're going to have a TGW hosted by Amazon, but you are going to be creating that TGW yourself from the manager. TGW stands for Transit Gateway, And the tunnels that are going to get established between those different routers are also established by you. The blue tunnels, as you can see them, are traditional IPsec tunnels, and the black line represent the SD-WAN tunnels. Now, the combination of these two, actually something that you will find in the vManager or the manager, which is called the Cloud Gateway, just for your reference. I have a question, and this question is for the third and final book right here. Are you guys ready again? Why so many routers? Isn't it possible to just create a tunnel or a connection directly to the TGW? Specifically, let me just narrow it down. Why these two Catalyst 8000V routers? Can't we, technically speaking, get connected directly to the TGW? The answer is yes, we can. So what are these two doing over? Is Cisco just trying to sell us their products for no reason? The answer is no. So why? Resilience is one answer, but that's not the answer I'm looking for. Thank you. Redundancy is also another right answer, but that's not the answer I'm looking for. Thank you. Traffic segmentation is also another valid reason, but that's not the main golden reason. All the answers are right, by the way. Say again? Oh yeah, you got it, there we go. Again, the same answer, one more time. I need those SD-WAN devices to do SD-WAN. Just do SD-WAN. What do? Policies. If I were to connect those routers directly to the TGW, I will still reach, but you're getting rid of the policies. So why not to just consume those policies and start playing around with those policies? There you go. And last but not least, middle mile optimization. Again, another kind of policy that you can create, and this is where you can control the middle mile, which is basically the middle service provider that you don't have to be bound to a specific cloud provider or cloud service provider. You don't have to be bound to a specific ISP where you have to waste a lot of money, or maybe you have to just, due to some geographical location or geographical restrictions, we can get connected instantly, and this is something that you could do from the manager, again, directly, and we call this the SDCI, the Software Defined Cloud Interconnect, also known as the middleware or middle mile optimization. And again, you're going to be running it through some kind of SD-WAN tunnels, and that's going to go through some POPs, point of presence, that goes through Equinix or Megaport infrastructure. That being said, we've reached the end here, but before we wind up, I just want to share some last pieces of information. ENCC is one of those certificates that you can find on Cisco U with all the multi-cloud certification that I just mentioned, the 3. You go there to Cisco U, you're going to find all the information that will help you prepare for the exam or for your career. You'll find material, you'll find labs, and you'll find videos, and you'll find yours truly right there. Yeah, the videos are created by me, so you can just have fun and just watch these videos and learn. And if you're looking for some weekly videos for free, of course, watch my Key Points YouTube series every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And last but not least, we have an upskill program which is happening, and this is for multi-cloud. If you get certified in one of those 3 multi-cloud certificates, ENCC, ENNA, or SCAST, the 3 that I've mentioned in the beginning, before December 31st, 2024, you get recognized and you get a bunch of benefits. You will be distinguished by being one of the first few engineers with a specific badge. In Cisco Live next year, you're going to have a special learning and certification celebration for you. And this here is my favorite. You're going to get a free Cisco Modern Lab personal access to be able to perform or like practice whatever Cisco technologies that you want. And that's how you distinguish yourself with one trending certificate, one of the 3 before December 31st this year. And last thing here is the network assurance. Join us join a group of elite engineers that work with ThousandEyes, because network assurance, or ENNA, is all about ThousandEyes and monitoring. If you join this, if you just take a picture here, you're going to be able to get directed to this group where, if you're preparing for ENNA, those engineers, those well-decorated engineers, they're going to help you in your learning path, in your study career, in your ENNA study path. And yeah, other folks are going to be also there. If you're joining, if you're learning together, that's going to be a push where you can learn faster. Don't forget to keep learning, and don't forget to book yourself a seat in the train of evolving technologies, and MultiCloud is one of them, so keep learning. Get in touch with me at any time. I can receive all your questions at any time. This is my email. You can find me on LinkedIn as well. I'm more than happy to see you again, and I would like to thank you for being here today. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you everyone for attending this session. My name is Abdiel, and today we're going to talk about how to monitor APIs with ThousandEyes. Just to get a feel, how many of you in the audience have worked with APIs or even deployed your own APIs? Can you raise your hand, please? All right, almost half of you. What about ThousandEyes? Do you have any experience with ThousandEyes? Can you raise your hand? Cool. All right, thank you. Please join the discussion. There's a channel. If you have any questions, if you want to discuss a specific thing that I'm not covering, or you have any questions, please ping me there. This channel will be there available for the next week or so. So just that we are all on the same page, and for those of you in the audience that might be new to APIs or ThousandEyes, let me give you a brief introduction. I'm going to cover some example APIs, where they're used, how you can use them, how businesses leverage them on their day-to-day. And then we're going to cover some testing techniques. How do people test APIs in the real world? Followed by our API workflow, which means, basically, I want to show you what we are going to do in the demo. And I'm going to try to keep half an introduction to things, and then half of today's session will be a live demo. First of all, let me guide you to my tutorial in Cisco U. Everything that we'll cover today is in this tutorial. So if there's anything that I'm not covering in detail, please go to my tutorial. That's a step-by-step of what we are doing today in the live demo. I'll give you a second to scan it or take a photo, and feel free to do it this week or when you're back home. All right, let's get started with a brief introduction to APIs. What is an API? An API is just a window to a server, meaning it's an interface where we can extract or share data. It was made with machine-to-machine communication in mind, meaning systems interacting together, and because you can format things in a very standard way, you can do this machine-to-machine or system-to-system. It's usually leveraged for automation purposes. So if you want to create things very quick, or you want to script things out, pretty much any product, any tool, any system publishes an API that you can leverage to create resources, to share data, etc. So very simple, an API, it's an interface that you can send a request to and get something back as a response. Some example use cases. We have financial services. There's an API that is commonly used called Iliesiu, which is used to send SMS messages, sort of push notifications to your end users. In transportation, if you're booking a flight, you see a search box with the location where you want to go, etc., the airport that you're departing from, and you will be able to book a plane there. But in the back end, there are several APIs communicating together so that in order to get you the availability, and all the information that you need to book your flight. In e-commerce, take Amazon, for example, you have several APIs interacting in the back because you have an API probably for a payment system. You have an API to check for inventory. You have API for delivery systems. And all of these systems in the back end that the end user doesn't see are part of the application workflow. In retail, you can also see this. Hospitality, think about those websites such as Expedia, et cetera, and I'm not promoting them, I'm just mentioning them for the sake of giving you an example. In there, you will see that the page is loading and extracting information from several places, several websites, several systems, several databases to give you a package deal for a flight and plus a hotel, plus experiences. All of those systems don't live in the same place. They're pulling information from several applications and services for you to have what you need. Now, some use cases, again, that you can use ThousandEyes API test for are monitoring third-party APIs. Cloud providers are all about APIs, so you can monitor those APIs to understand how they're performing, whether they're working, whether they're responsive or not. You can also use it for financial services that we just covered. You can even monitor ThousandEyes APIs to see if you probably have a customized dashboard where you're pulling information from several places, tests, agents, etc. So you can have a big picture there. So you can also use the test type to monitor ThousandEyes APIs. For internal APIs, if you have any APIs that you're hosting, you want to understand what's how your APIs are interacting together to be able to identify bottlenecks. So if there's an API that's slow to respond and affecting the overall API, the overall app performance, this is how you monitor it. External services, customer-facing APIs, if you are publishing an API from your data center or whatever your infrastructure is, you can monitor what is the performance, if they're available, and if they're working or not. Now let's quickly go into API testing. Some testing techniques that people use out there and that are very common. You have your smoke testing, which is this responding or not? Is this working or not? You have your functional testing, which is you set up the test and you define what is the criteria for success. So is this working as expected? And there's some validation in there. Then you have your regression testing, which is for development teams that want to make sure that in their process of development, quality is good for the next version of things. You can compare a version 1 of your application versus version 2 and see if you're getting the desired outcome. Finally, you have your integration testing, which in my opinion is the closest to real life. For an AWS use case, for example, you have your users opening an application. All of that goes to DNS, ISP providers, etc. And then you get to an authentication layer. So that's another use case. You want to monitor each layer of your application. You want to build up a map of your application in terms of APIs. So if you want to think about it like that, you're basically taking an X-ray of your application to see how all of the components internally are working. So you have your authentication layer. You probably have an API gateway configured for your resources, different resources. Then you can configure it. You can configure a Lambda function to process the requests of your individual API resources. And finally, you probably have, and I keep saying you, but someone with an application like this has external payment systems, external shipment systems. All of these are APIs interacting together. So all the user sees is a pretty web UI, but in the back end, this is pretty much how things are working. Now, some of the benefits from monitoring APIs is minimizing your time to innocence. So if you're the networking guy, you might think, why do I care if the application is working or not? Ultimately, if you're responsible for the path that takes the user to the application, your boss is going to call you in the middle of the night and he's going to say, solve this, I don't care where the problem is. So minimizing your time to innocence means this is not my fault, here is the evidence, and that's what you can get with ThousandEyes API tests. The second thing or use case is if you are the application owner, then you have the perspective from the network all the way to the application layer to prove with a historical record where the problem is. Second, ThousandEyes API tests are very easy to deploy, and I'll show you how in a few minutes. You don't need to script things out. This is how usually APIs are monitored in the real world. You have to write a script and make the API calls and then interpret those results and display them in a graphical way. With ThousandEyes, we do that for you. Now, you can also test at scale. If you have your APIs hosted at API Gateway, AWS API Gateway, we have an integration where you configure an IAM role and you discover all of the APIs that you have on your environment and you create a test with a click of a button. All right, now let me tell you what we're doing today. Let me walk you through the demo. All right, so first thing, we're going to use an API Gateway resource, and we are going to integrate that with a service that's used for authentication and authorization called Cognito in AWS. I'll show you the Lambda function and how it processes resources, but I'm going to be a little fast in the interest of time and so that we can complete the demo. The second component of our demo today is a client credentials authentication user pool in AWS Cognito, where we are going to configure a machine-to-machine access token provider. We are going to get a JSON token, and we are going to integrate that with API Gateway. How does this thing work in the back? You have, the first step is, as the user, we make a post query to the authorization user pool in Cognito. And if we provided all the parameters required, we'll get an HTTP 200 OK with the token. We're going to save that token and use it for the second call that is going all the way to API Gateway here. And the third step, you would usually make that call for your payment system or delivery system or whatever system that. The point here is to create the workflow that your application is having, right? So if you have 10 steps, that's how many steps you would configure for your application. But today, we're only going to do a 3-step test in ThousandEyes. All right, so before we walk into the demo, let me show you what we are going to configure in ThousandEyes. This is the big picture. This is how the GUI in ThousandEyes looks like. You add a new test, and then you have all of these options for you to set up. The first step is to define the variables. Second step is to define the URLs. So this URL is the first URL that goes to the Cognito authorizer in AWS. As I said, you have to define your variables. You can define the name of it and then just a random value or leave it empty. Then you have to configure your authentication. So for Cognito, since we're using a client credentials flow, you just have to provide the client ID and the client secret in the username and password fields. Then we have to provide the parameters. Now, if you look at my tutorial in Cisco U, you will see that I'm explaining each part of the URL that you see here. But just to explain real quick what it is, this is the URL that you have to build from your Cognito authorizer. So the domain name will be specific to your Cognito authorizer. The region might be different for you. And for sure, the ID and the scope will be different on your case when you do this, if you decide to lab it up at home. Now, if you provide this URL on the post field, you will get all of the parameters auto-populated. Then we're going to see the assertion rules. So for your testing techniques that I explained before, this is where you would validate if you're getting what you expect. So in our case, since we are asking for a token to the Cognito authorizer, our success criteria is, are we getting an access token in the response or not? Okay? And finally, we are going to save the access token from the first response on a variable that we defined at the beginning. That was step 2 of the ThousandEyes configuration test. Now, step 1, sorry. Step 2 is you define your API gateway URL, and you populate it. I changed the HTTP method to GET. But of course, you can define whatever your API method is configured for. Then the authentication type is going to change because we will be passing a bearer token for the authentication, which we obtain from Cognito authorizer, and we'll pass it to the API gateway. These headers are auto-populated. Don't worry, you don't have to configure them. I'm just showing it here because in case you miss any of these parameters, you have to make sure to go back in there and fix it. Otherwise, your request is going to fail. And the last step here is for the assertion rules. We are defining that the criteria for success is for us to get a 200 OK, which is, it's working. All right, so let's jump into the actual demo. And let me just make sure that I don't have to re-authenticate here. Cool. So the first part is, Glenn, can we switch to because I'm seeing my presentation here. Oh, I'm sorry, my fault. All right, so in here, this is the Cognito user pool service. Actually, Cognito service, and within Cognito, we have user pools and identity pools. We are using a user pool today. And let me guide your attention to a section within the user pools, which is app integration. So within app integration, we care about the Cognito domain. Make sure you generate a Cognito domain, because otherwise you won't be able to make a request to the Cognito service. And the second thing is you have to define a resource service. It's very simple. It's whatever name you want to configure for it that makes sense. Just the naming convention will be resource service, scope name, / scope name, whenever we're making the request. These are the 2 things that you have to configure, plus an app client. So let's look at the app client. By default, the app client doesn't have a client secret, so make sure you enable the client secret for your app client. And the other thing that you have to pay attention when we are talking about the Cognito user pool is you have to configure the auth grant types. So make sure you select client credentials grant, and you're really not allowed to select any other grants if you're using client credentials flow. That's it for the configuration for the Cognito user pool. Now let's switch to API Gateway. If you're new to API Gateway and you want to lab things up, you can create a sample API. Just make sure that you select the HTTP REST API type. I have my Hello World API configured here. I've set up a GET request method. And within the method request, you have to configure what we know as the authorizer. So authorizers are on this section over here. And you can see that I have linked my API gateway to this Cognito resource. So I've already covered the Cognito configuration. The only thing that you have to go and do in here is create a new authorizer. And within that authorizer configuration, you will select the Cognito pool that we created. And in the token source, make sure that you enter authorization there. That's how API Gateway is reading the token and making sure that it's valid for you to make requests to the API Gateway resource. Now I'm going back to the resource, and that's pretty much it. So we've covered the Cognito configuration. We've covered the AWS API Gateway configuration. Now let's go into the ThousandEyes configuration. So what you would do in here is you would create a new you would go to Cloud and Enterprise Agents, then Test Settings, and you're going to get this screen where you get to add a new test. Select Web Test, then API. You can give it a name. The URL, I'm just going to copy it in the interest of time. This is the first URL that we are monitoring, which is the Cognito authorizer URL. Okay? And let's click on Configure Target API. This is obtain token. The HTTP method here is post. And I'm going to enter the URL again. Authentication type is basic, which is my client ID and my client secret. Parameters, like I said, are auto-populated if you give it the right URL, because it's reading the syntax of the URL and understanding that those things are parameters, so it's reading them like that. For the headers, there's one very important header that you can't forget, otherwise it won't work, which is content type. And this is because the AWS Cognito service doesn't take any other content type except for form URL encoded. The body is left empty. And for the assertion rules, remember that we're checking the response body includes an access token. Post request options. By the way, this check that you see here, collect response for this API step, there are some people that are concerned about security, so if you don't want to save the response from the test, you can uncheck this box. For this demo, we are going to leave it there. And the last thing that we are doing is we're creating the variable. Let's call it token. And like I said, we can leave it empty. And in here, we're going to assign the token variable. Actually, we're going to assign the access token that we get in the response to the token variable. All right? So we're done with step one. The second step is setting up the call to API gateway. So get API gateway resource. And we are going to enter the URL. For this one, this is simpler because we're just going to pass the token obtained from step one. And the syntax is 2 curly brackets. And you can start seeing how it shows the variables. So we're going to pass the token from step 1. Parameters, leave it as is. Headers, default is fine. Assertion rules, we agreed that we would say if it's responding with a 200 OK, it's working. And that's it. Let's just define a third step, which is basically just the same. It's just a different resource. And again, in the authentication, we're going to pass the better token from step 1. Parameters, headers, assertion rules, all good. So now let's save the API configuration, and let's pick the interval to 1 minute so that we don't have to wait too much time here. And let's select our agents. Let's select one agent from Europe, one agent from Boston, perhaps, one agent from Dallas, Texas. All of these are cloud agents, so we get to use them. You don't have to deploy them. You don't have to worry about them. You just assign tests to them, and they run. We're going to leave everything else by default, and we're going to create this test. All right, so while these agents get these tests assigned and start getting data, we're going to start. I'm going to show you how this looks like on a running test. So for a test that's already existing, this is the type of information that you're going to get. What you see up here are what we call layered views, which means you get to compare application level metrics and compare them with network metrics and even down to the BGP routing visualization. So this is really useful when you're troubleshooting a problem, because you can answer the question, is it the web application that's failing, or is the network causing this problem? How do you do that? You come into this view and you select whichever layer you're more interested on, and then in the metrics tab, you get to select and stack up these metrics. So say I'm interested about API completion, and I want to compare that to loss and latency. And you can start to see here some loss spikes, and you can drill down to it by selecting on it. And if you select a specific test round, then you can start trying to troubleshoot if there's a correlation between the packet loss, the end-to-end packet loss, to the application, the API completing the request. Now, another very interesting view is the API steps. So we configured the access token request first, which was our step 1, our request to the Cognito service. And in here, you can see that the response is giving you the access token. This is the token that you configure on step 2 to get a reply from API gateway. So this is how it looks like. This is how you can see if you're getting the expected response. And you can also hide this information if you need to. These are the request parameters. The authorization bit is removed for security reasons. And then you can go to the next step and analyze the information there. Now, another very good piece of information for you is, and I hope everyone can see this. If not, let me just move this a bit to the other side of the window. And in here, you can compare what is the processing time for your first step versus your second step versus your third step. And if you have 10 steps in your application workflow, then that's how many steps you would see in there. So this is really good, because then you can start to understand where is your time, where is the bottleneck. In this case, we have 40 milliseconds for our authorization step versus 2 milliseconds in the other responses. So here, you already know that your authorization is taking 20 times more than the other steps to your actual resources. And that's important for you to understand. You can, from this data, you can change your configuration, you can change the authorization flow, perhaps try with a different workflow, etc. Now, the last thing that I'll show you here is the agent to server visualization. And this is your network path from the cloud agent all the way up to the AWS resource. And with this view, you can troubleshoot an issue that's occurring, local to your agent or from that agent location, or you can troubleshoot, or you can know when something is wrong in the AWS architecture, which, by the way, it's really hard to do. Or you can narrow down the problem to a specific ISP or a specific point in the internet. So you don't only get the perspective from the agent or the AWS architecture where you're hosting your resources, but all the way there. All right, let me conclude this by giving you a quick recap of what we saw today. What you learned today was you learned how to configure a 3-step ThousandEyes API test. You saw the configuration for an AWS Cognito authorizer, which was integrated with API Gateway. And finally, you learned how to correlate network metrics to API metrics. All right? So I hope you enjoyed the session today. Please complete your evaluations for it. And if you have any questions, ping me in the channel. By the way, for those that are leaving, there's something hitting on your seats. So please look at there. And if you find something, go to Emma. And she'll give you something as a gift. Thank you.
Okay, we good? All right, welcome to Cisco Live. Welcome to the Cisco University presentation area. I am a warrior of perhaps questionable prowess, but I am a code warrior, so feel free to scoot up. I'm not scary. My name is David Staudt. I'm a developer advocate for DevNet, Cisco DevNet. So we help developers become better developers on Cisco APIs and integrate with our products. And to be a developer, you need developer tools. So this is a topic that's kind of foundational to what I do. And if you are code curious, it's foundational to what you may be doing. By the way, there is a dedicated WebEx space for this session, so let's wrap. Immediately after this, in the days and weeks ahead. I'm going to cover this kind of quick. I have a short amount of time. There's a lot to cover. I did this presentation about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago. I started working on it about 9 months ago, and there's just so much more to talk about now that it's crazy. It's literally an exponential arms race. So we're going to talk about what AI coding tools are good for. They're not going to replace you as a coding developer unless you do the most, the simple, most boring stuff. We're going to talk about what AI code tools are not so good at least for now. I'm going to talk about the possible collateral damage that you may run into, the caveats and things to avoid, problems that you may run into, subtle or not so subtle. Then we're going to start looking at some actual tools, right? So talk about the types of tools that are out there, maybe do a little bit of hands-on demo because it's just so magical. And then talk about some of the newer, more advanced tools like RAG and active agents and things like that. And then we probably will never get to the end, but we'll see. AI coding tools arms race, absolutely. This was in June of 2023. It's a survey that said 92% of US-based developers are already using these tools at some level. They've tried them, right? And increasingly people are using them a lot. Increasingly people are using them every time they touch the keyboard. We'll see that you can embed these things deeply into the, your code editor, right? So if you are going to be a developer, you are going to be using AI developer tools, or you will be behind the times, and your colleagues may be more effective than you. Now, will they make more mistakes? Will they produce code as good as you? Who knows? But you will definitely want to at least be aware of what's going on with AI coding tools. And I find them fascinating, a lot of times very magical. So it's a pretty cool area if you're a tech guy and you like new stuff, but it's rapidly changing. 3-4 months ago, I surveyed, I updated this deck, started working on it about 9 months ago, and thought I did a pretty good job of covering, the top dozen or so AI coding tools. For example, you go to this article, The Ultimate Guide to AI Coding Tools in 24, which came out in January. I'm not sure how valid that was. But a lot of these are gone already in 3 or 4 months. And this list could be 5 times bigger. This area of technology is expanding and improving in capability and power faster than probably anything I've ever seen. So it's not a linear progression, it's not geometrical, it's not exponential, it's really almost like a factorial expansion. So there's lots going on, and I suspect that we are only at the very beginning. So it's really exciting with an underlying layer of worrying. So there's a lot of hype. I've seen articles that say we're kind of at one of those tech peaks where the hype is way more than what can be delivered. But on the other side of the coin, I see where literally trillions of dollars are being invested ASAP in developing AI and the associated coding tools. So there's a lot of people talking about it. What are they good for now, right? So like I said, I don't think that there will be any risk of developers going extinct. This is a tool, right? It can make you more effective. It can let you be more creative. It can help you avoid or automate away some of the more tedious aspects of your job, just like any technology or developer tool. But what are they good at? So generating basic code. If we get to the demo, we'll see that it's literally kind of amazing what it can do to give you samples, to give you a framework to get started, right? If you're unfamiliar with SQLite and how the databases are accessed in Python, it's going to give you some really amazing like boilerplate code. Looking up specific details, kind of as almost like a reference application. So, I've gotten good at doing this from Google and, other sources of developer information. But the AI tools do a great job of this. So the more specific you can give the prompt, the more context you can give it, and, at least in our area, rely less on creativity and more on getting me facts and presenting them to them in a way I can understand. They're very good at that. Extending and refactoring existing code so they can take a look at how you format things. They can add a new parameter to this function very quickly and easily, usually mistake-free, so they're good at that kind of thing. Analyzing code for security, best practices. It does a great job at that from what I've seen, at least on my code bases. It has lots of suggestions, as it were. It actually can do a pretty good job of unpacking and explaining unfamiliar code. So if you're looking at someone else's code or something that you forgot you wrote, and there's things in there that you don't understand, libraries, commands, parameters, it can do a pretty good job of unpacking that and describing it to you kind of step by step in English that's understandable to you. Documenting code. I'm guilty of not putting in extensive comments all the time, or doing a good job on the README. It can actually do a pretty good job of that. It can generally figure out what a function does, pull out the important pieces of that, the parameters, and then put that in a readable format that makes for good comments and documenting code. Fixing error codes, that's kind of companion with looking up specific details. I wouldn't be a developer if I couldn't copy the error code out of the console and post it into Google. The same efficiencies are here, except you get all these other benefits as well. So while it knows about your code base and you're working on code together with the AI, it can usually do a pretty surprising job of troubleshooting error codes and things like that. Creating unit tests, so a lot of them are keyed towards that. Another thing I'm guilty of not always doing diligently. It's kind of tedious, so I was happy to see that this was a very powerful thing. With great power comes great possibilities and great problems sometimes. And there are things that these coding tools are not so great at for now. Especially the big ones, the big LLMs and AIs. They took a while to code. They took a while to build the model. It takes a while to get all the data. It takes a while to train it and then test it, et cetera. And up until recently, 18 months, that process was kind of a years-long process. So ChatGPT 3.5, which is already now receding over the horizon as other versions come forward, really the input data cut off at 2021. So anything that came out in the technology arena after that, you would have not much success using the AI with. That's improving. The iterations are coming faster. There are ways to augment the big fixed data lake with dynamic stuff, and we'll talk about that a little bit coming on. They're not so hot about things like business logic, creating new algorithms to solve problems, especially ones that aren't common, right? So if you ask it for a sorting algorithm, it'll probably give you a couple options that are great. If you need to create an algorithm to do a specific piece of logic that's not really been done before, it's not always going to do a good job at that. Similarly, debugging, problem solving, these are things that take some creativity, some experience. They're not really synthesis of large amounts of data, so they're not so great at that. Gathering user requirements, looking at requirements and turning that into code, not always so great. This is all about understanding context, nuance, things that humans do well. Machines have never done particularly well, and it's getting better. Magical stuff is happening there, but I would put it in the weakness category. And then certainly innovation and creativity. You don't go up to the AI, click a button, and have it give you, a new patent or anything near that. So these are tools that help you do the things that you do best, hopefully, at least in my mind, and take away some of the more tedious burdens. One of the things that bugs me the most, and that I ran into several times during this investigation, was the results are typically non-deterministic, which means that they're not the same every time. So I had a sequence of prompts that I had saved off and ran through it, and like every time I ran through it, I got different answers. It would use a different Python library. It would structure the code a little bit different. So that's a little bit worrisome to me. Be aware of it. Learn to deal with it. There are sliders now on some of the tools. We can say, I want you to be more creative, or I want you to be more consistent and accurate, which kind of let you tune that level. So beyond what they're not good at, there are some things that will actually cause you problems and potentially have you talking to lawyers that you need to be aware of. IP, open source, license infringement, it's a big controversial topic in this area currently, and I'm sure it won't get any better. For example, Scarlett Johansson was approached by OpenAI to provide a voice reference for one of their new AI products that has a voice feedback. She declined. They came out with the thing anyway, and it sounds just like Scarlett, and she didn't like that, sued them, they took it out. Similarly, there's a lawsuit recently where a bunch of big newspapers are suing OpenAPI for copyright infringement, right? So they're saying, you sucked down all the content in our newspapers for decades, and now you're using that, reselling it, and not cutting us in on that. You haven't paid for that. It's copyright infringement. So be aware of that. If you are using these tools, what you get from there may not be utterly and completely free of IP and copyright patent implications on the downstream. On the upstream, there's kind of code privacy. So if I'm working on my code base, I'm sharing that code with these developer tool AIs. That goes up to the cloud, right? It gives me answers back that I'm going to copy and paste directly into my code. That means they know about my code. GitHub Copilot absolutely has the contents of your code repository if you're using those tools to interact with it. For me, making sample code, I don't care. But there are companies for which that is very troubling, right? So if you are a competitor of Microsoft and you're using these tools, it may be troubling that Microsoft has perfect visibility into the brand new code that you're working on. Will they ever use that for good or for evil? Who knows? Probably not. Something to be aware of. Security vulnerabilities, I think that comes around with kind of the basic level of the code. A lot of times the code that it will suggest to you glosses over security issues, doesn't call them out, doesn't do security best practices in code. So it's a weakness. All sample code on the internet is like that, but be aware of it. What it gives you may not necessarily be completely safe. And then the one that bugs me the most, and I think it's kind of subtly the most worrisome, is what I call mystery code. And Google's the same way. If I ask Google for an example of how to do something I don't know how to do, I look at some samples and I copy and paste it in there. I may not necessarily, and often don't, know exactly what that code does. And the less you know about what you're trying to do, the more code you copy and paste a little bit blindly. The AI doesn't really know what's in that code, and apparently now neither do I. It happens to work, but it may not be as safe, as effective as code that was utterly written from scratch by someone that knows everything that they're doing. So be aware of that. Definitely vet what you get down from these guys. Some other issues come from the back end, training data, supply chain problems. So these AIs get their data from somewhere. You don't know where. They won't tell you. So there could be bias in there. There could be stereotypes. There could be underrepresentative of certain groups. There could be inappropriate and inoffensive content that slips through. There could be, intentional disinformation that's in there as well. And that can leak into these AI code tools. It can leak into your code. It can leak into other resources that you rely on these AIs for. So be aware of that. Of course, if you've used AI at all, you know about what they call hallucinations, right? So you ask the AI a question, it comes back, and this bugs me as well, it comes back with an answer, right? You ask Google, it comes back with a page of results and 67,000 more entries. You ask an AI, it gives you one answer, right? So that's, the implication is that's authoritative. The implication is that that's correct, and that's helpful in most cases. But more often than you think, the answer that you get back from an AI, especially if it's not specific in context, et cetera, if it's vague, if it's something that is brand new, a lot of times it'll literally make up an answer, and that answer can be completely irrelevant to the real world. But it's going to be presented as authoritative. This is the answer, right? So say, yeah, you ask it X, Y, Z, it says, yeah, here's the answer, it's definitely this. And if you rely on that, don't double check it, you could, not only is it wrong, but it's just wildly incorrect. So currently it's a problem with AIs, especially AI developer tools, I found. It's getting better. It will get better. And will it ever go away completely? I doubt it, but it can be dangerous. And one thing not to forget at the end of the day is these AI tools consume a lot of processing power, possibly a whole new level of economic or ecological impact. Years ago they said for every query you type into Google, it uses enough electricity to boil a tea kettle, right? So these AI tools and the backing infrastructure have an echo impact. We need to, I don't think that's going to stop them. But maybe there are ways that we can limit that impact, make them more efficient, right? So if you have the choice of two tools, one is more efficient than the other, keep this in the back of your mind. It is an issue that we need to think about. All right, so let's look at some of these actual tools. Like I said, this whole area is expanding so enormously. Back 9 months ago, I was able to survey, a good section of the tools, put them into some broad categories, but it's gone like crazy. There's all kinds of weird and wonderful tools that are, developer-focused, kind of developer-focused, general purpose, specific to industries, technologies, et cetera, that are just exploding. So this will be, almost laughably incomplete, but it gives us something to talk about. So you're probably familiar with the chat-based AIs. They kind of came out first in the guise of chatbots. So you type in a question, you get text back as an answer, you have a little text conversation with the AI. It can give you code back, and we'll see how that works. You can give it code and send it up as part of your question, but it's perhaps not the greatest GUI developer tool. Another area that's very popular that we'll take a look at is IDE integrations. So building the AI functionality that can look at input, code input, input from you, questions, descriptions of problems, things that you want to do, and then come up with suggestions that it presents in the context of your development environment. So not in a separate window that you have to copy and paste, but right there you click a button and it inserts the changes into your code. So those are very, very powerful, very popular. There were a couple dozen good ones 4 months ago. There were too many to count when I checked this morning. So it's an enormously expanding field and lots of great and very cool functionality going in there. A lot of VS Code plugins that are nominally AI-based that didn't work, so be aware of that. And then there's, like I said, a whole category of specialized AI tools, nominally more or less associated with coding and development. For example, there's one I saw that was dedicated to SQL. Right, so it was trained on all kinds of SQL queries and histories and documentation, and was tuned to answer questions and generate queries for you based on tables and so forth, which is cool. But they're out there. Not going to be time for the demo. And you've probably seen the basic one anyway, the basic ones anyway. But like I said, we're at the beginning, I think, anyway, of not only AI, but AI developer tools. This is one that's coming up from Microsoft GitHub, based on the Copilot technology. It's in beta. I'm on the waiting list, but didn't get in yet. But essentially what it does, from what I can tell from the video, which is very cool, is it's a brand new approach to GitHub that incorporates more of the design phase and incorporates the AI in that into the coding phase. So essentially, for example, in this example, you can apply this to a GitHub repo that may have a new bug, a new issue that comes in. And it may be a missing feature, maybe a limitation, it may be an out-and-out bug. But the AI gets the input from the bug that was submitted. You can further describe to the AI what the problem is and what you think might be solutions, have a conversation about that, and then it will create what's called a workspace where you can work on that issue. So you further refine the specification, right? Narrow down what needs to be changed, narrow down what you want to do. You turn that into a plan and start generating code, again, hand in hand with the AI, back and forth, iterative. You create a specific implementation. There are tools to open a live preview and test the code right in the same environment, and then you go on from there. So you can see that AI developer tools are going to be even more embedded, become more powerful, become more of a sounding board, an interactive buddy developer that's going to help you in your projects. Lots of cool developments. The chat AIs like ChatGPT in ancient times, like 9 months ago, were essentially limited to one big data lake that they compiled and trained it on in the past. I remember right about 9 months ago, some of them were incorporating, doing a live query to Google or Bing or whatever it was, and incorporating that possibly into the results, which at the time didn't work particularly well. But there's now just a huge blossoming of what they call retrieval augmented generation, or RAG, which is the ability for the AI to not only refer to its big training data set and model, but also additional stuff, more or less at runtime. So you can specify or upload a set of documents. For example, we've used this a lot. On our side, we'll upload all the documentation that applies to a particular API or set of products. And then you can attach that to the AI. Either at runtime, you can upload it when you do the question, or you can build custom GPTs if you're using OpenAPI. But essentially that becomes the main reference that the AI uses its background to work on. So it will take your question. The main reference would be the body of the content that you are providing in that, and it will use that for the context, right? It will try to answer your question, mostly in light of that, but also filter through for background and everything else with all the other general AI or AI coding stuff in the background. And then it gives you a response. So essentially you can augment and focus the AI based on content that you provide, more or less at the time that the query happens, not 2 years later. This is the simplest way you can see this is in ChatGPT. When you send a new query, you can upload from your computer. So you can upload a set of files, so PDFs or maybe a code file, a Python file, something like that. I think at least at one point it was limited to 10 documents and probably size, right? So if the document, you could be limited to the number of tokens that you can upload and those count in those documents. So you can do that a little bit. You can do a little bit of RAG already for free right now, and it can be very helpful. But developers need a lot more, right? So especially if you work in a code repository, especially if there's one that's not tiny, then the ability to have the AI fully cognizant of this code base and filtering all of your questions, problems, new features through what exists in there is extremely desirable and practical. So Greptile apparently is the current hotness in this area that does the best job. So you essentially can go and give it a GitHub URL. It'll clone the whole contents of that repo into its cloud, and then use that as the RAG backing content for all of your questions and interactions with it. So I did that with one of my sample code directories for communications manager, SOAP API, and I asked it a question that I've been asking AIs for 9 months, because they all failed to give me the answer, and this gave me the right answer, first time. So that's very cool. In OpenAPI ChatGPT, you can now create custom GPTs, which means you can have basically an always-on permanent RAG augmented AI out there. So you can create the new GPT, you can give it an extended, essentially a prompt describing what it does, what it should focus on, typical questions that people will ask. You can also upload files. And probably if you pay them more, you can upload more files. We'll talk about this more in a minute, but you can also augment that not only with files, but from live data sources. So you can import an OpenAPI spec, for example, to a weather service and get live on-demand data that then becomes part of the calculations and the answer, et cetera. So you can do that point and click with OpenAPI custom APIs. A lot of those features are based on what's something called LangChain that I won't have a lot of time to explain, except that it's the code level concept of that. So you can build your own augmented API or AIs. And then the final thing I'll touch on is what's called agents and tools in the context of AIs and developer tools. So not only can you refer to external sources for data of the moment that may be applicable to the query that's coming in, but there are now the capability in some of these tools to use what are called agents, which can be external services, APIs, functions, whatever, that actually do things in the real world. Cool, right? Scary, maybe. one of my colleagues turned me on to this brand new tool last week. I haven't had a lot of time to play with it, but I've been thinking about it a lot. And just this screenshot was very exciting to me because it looks a little bit like a script. Maybe a Python script with an import up at the top. It tells you exactly what libraries you want to use. But all the commands are just chat prompts, basically. But those import libraries are connected to things, right? So real databases, command line access, anything that you can reach and interact with an API. And there are lots of these, and you can write your own. But the concept is you can create a standing, essentially program or command or script that the AI will understand. It will use these agents to go out and get some of the input. When it figures out what to do, and that's the magic for me, I'm not exactly sure how it does that, but it will actually go and do what you wanted it to do, right? So in this case, it's downloading some data, it's putting it into a SQL table, it's running a query, and then using the resulting query to give you the output data. Very cool. You can probably hook that up to all the things that Alexa can do for you and beyond that. So these AI tools are going to start reaching into and doing things actively in the real world. So obviously AI is important to Cisco. We're doing a lot about it. We are also worried about the things that you're worried about. If I had more time, I'd get into some details about kind of how we're approaching that, but it seems to be in consensus with what a lot of the rest of the industry is figuring out. And that's the end. So any particular questions? Anybody wants to jump up and ask right away? Yeah. If not, catch me after the end, or like I said, that WebEx space is available. We can continue to have ongoing conversation there. This presentation is going to be spun out, I'm sure, or could be spun out into 5 more right now. Who knows what it's going to be like next year. It's a very, very exciting and interesting area. So keep apprised of it. Because like I said, everyone else is using it, or will be using it, and you will be expected to know something about it. And probably you'll like it. So yeah, give us an evaluation. Lots of additional ways. There's lots more sessions on AI, automation, and APIs, of course, in the DevNet zone next door. And thank you very much.
All right. I think we're all good. We can go. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining this session on Cisco APIs for a Sustainable Future. My name is Adrian Iliesiu. I'm a developer advocate with Cisco DevNet. I've been with Cisco about 10 years now. I've done different things. These days, I'm a developer advocate where I cover enterprise networking, specifically iOS XC, Meraki, Catalyst Center, and Catalyst SD-WAN from a developer perspective. So everything API related, SDKs, Ansible collections, Terraform providers, all of that automation stuff for all those 4 main products. I'm your person. If you have any questions, more than happy to help you all. But for today, I'm going to talk about Cisco APIs for a Sustainable Future. So the agenda, we're going to quickly go over what we do at Cisco from a sustainability perspective, maybe inspire some of you to see what we do, what our plans are, where we are currently. Then we're going to talk about Catalyst Center APIs for sustainability, Meraki APIs for sustainability. And these are, by the way, just a subset because we only have half an hour in this case. There's lots of options out there. There's lots of API endpoints. I've selected just a couple of them. we'll continue with iOS XC for sustainability. We'll have a conclusion and then a bunch of resources at the end with links where you can find more information. We do have a WebEx space for this session, so if you have questions, I'll also share the presentation with the folks here, but also on that WebEx space. You'll be able to find it in there. If it's not on ciscolive.com, if you couldn't find it, then it's going to be in there for sure, and on Cisco Live eventually. All right, so sustainability at Cisco, what are we doing at Cisco and why? So why now, right? So besides the fact that IDC ran a survey with lots of companies, there's global warming happening. I don't know if folks have noticed, but there's, it's getting hotter out there. But companies, basically 63% of companies that IDC interviewed said that for them, sustainability is a business priority. And 37% of them have formulated their targets and goals already. So they already have plans in place. They already have pieces moving, right, to reach their sustainability goals. So where do you start if you're just getting started, right? First and foremost, we suggest that you define your sustainability goals, right? So have a target that you want to go towards, that you want to hit, right? So once you have your goal defined, and you can find on the UN.org's website over there more information on different sustainability goals, right? So once you have your goal, you need your metrics. You want to make sure that you are on track to reach that goal, right? Every so often, you measure and you make sure that you're on track to reach that goal. And also you need data to know about the impact that you're making on with your sustainability efforts, right? We're sustainable, but in the larger picture, what does that mean? So that's where you would start. At Cisco, we define our goal of becoming net zero greenhouse gas emissions across our value chain by 2040, right? So that is our goal. And what is net zero, right? Net zero is basically the amount of emissions that you put out, right, from using electricity produced from low emission sources, right, like solar and wind, by increasing the product energy efficiency, so your products consume less energy, they're more efficient, from reducing waste by recycling our gear, our packaging, all of that, together with measures to remove emissions, right? So planting more trees, direct air carbon capture. So there's technologies that capture carbon from the atmosphere, right? And remove it, basically. So these two together, how much emissions you put out, you want to reduce those together with measures to remove emissions actively from the atmosphere. That means net zero. So the balance between these two, you want to make sure that your enterprise has balanced these and they're making as less emissions, carbon emissions as possible. So sustainability metrics for us, we have our goal at Cisco, right? And then the metrics, we've divided them in 3 scopes. So scope 1 would be the direct emissions from operations owned by the company. So this is the buildings that we have, the campuses, the electricity we consume over there to keep the buildings hot in winter, cold in summer. Right, so that's our scope 1. Scope 2 is the indirect emissions from generation of purchased electricity. So this is, PG&E in California. How are they producing that energy for us, right? Are they using solar? Are they using wind, right? So we care about that too. So that's in scope 2. And scope 3 would be all other indirect emissions that occur in our value chain, including the amount of power that our devices consume, right? So all our switches, right, routers, everything we do, together with the manufacturing process, right? All the manufacturing plants that we have around the world, how much energy they actually consume. So which of these 3 scopes do you think has the biggest impact for Cisco? Quick show of hands. How many of you think that scope 1 has the biggest impact on greenhouse gas emissions? Scope 1? Okay, you folks think that that's like the biggest percentage? Okay, how many of you think scope 2? Okay, a couple, okay. What about scope 3? All right, so let me show you next slide. Scope 3, 99% is scope 3, basically. It's not even close. Okay, and scope 3 is basically the amount of power that our devices consume. Once we sell them, right, it's huge because Cisco puts out a lot of gear out there, so that's the amount of power and greenhouse gas emissions that these devices actually release in the atmosphere. So scope 3, 99% of it. Scope 1, and this is, by the way, the 2022 emissions summary. All right, so this has been the report that we have on our journey to 2040. And use of sold products, 70%. And then procurement and product manufacturing, 23%, right? So we want to lower the amount of energy that we consume with our devices. That would be the biggest gain, and also as part of the manufacturing process, lower that down as much as possible. So that means making our ASICs much more power efficient, right? Lots of other technologies coming in to make sure that we lower this number. So we have the goal, we have the metrics. What about the data, right? How much are we actually in the bigger picture, right? Like digital greenhouse gas emissions, that includes all the networking gear and the data centers out there. How much energy are they consuming in the bigger picture? It is about 2 to 4%. So in 2020, we hit a historical 60 billion tons of CO2. And if we are to stay on the path to 1.5 increase Celsius, only 1.5 increase, by 2060, we have to be net zero, everyone. So that's the goal. It's a courageous goal, but that's what the science says. So 2 to 4%, right? You might say that is not much, but every single percent counts. So for us in IT, we have a double role. Besides lowering and making our infrastructure more sustainable by using renewable energy, by using greener data centers, migrations to the cloud, optimizing energy, right? Extending life of the equipment, using more power efficient equipment, right? Updating this hardware that's very old hardware that still consumes a lot of power. Make sure you take it out, bring in new, more power efficient equipment. So besides that, which we could lower by 2 to 4%, the second biggest impact we can have by using sustainability in IT, so what we actually can empower other industries, right? So this is where you have connected transport, by using technology to actually lower their carbon emissions, or by using e-work and hybrid work in e-health, e-learning, e-commerce, smart buildings, smart grid, smart agriculture, and then smart manufacturing, right? So by using technology that we develop into these other industries, we can have a much larger impact, right? So just keep that in mind. We have a double role, our own environments, but also we can have a big influence on other industries and help them also at the same time. So Cisco strategies to get to net zero, we have several of them. Accelerating the use of renewable energy, that's a big one, of course. Investing in innovative carbon removal solutions. Embedding circular economy principles, recycling all our gear, right? Making sure that we're using a circular economy. Embracing hybrid work. We're big fans of hybrid work at Cisco. And then increasing the energy efficiency of technology that powers the internet. That's the most and important one. You've seen that 70% of the impact. So making our gear much more power efficient, that's one of the biggest goals, if not the biggest. All right, so that's what we're doing at Cisco, right? We have our goal, metrics. Hopefully we're on our path to 2040 net zero. You've seen the data. Now let's go and show you a couple of our products and, like I was saying, APIs that can help you as you're trying to become more sustainable in your own environments. So with Cisco Catalyst Center, and how many of you are aware of what Cisco Catalyst Center is, or what it used to be DNA Center? All right, or half of them. This is our hybrid controller, basically for everything Catalyst. Right, so if you have Catalyst, if you're on prime infrastructure still, you'll have to look at this. You want it or not, you will have to migrate to this at some point because prime is end of life, will be end of support fairly soon. But besides what prime gives you, believe me, Catalyst Center gives you much more. So it is a controller for your networks. And they do have what they call an access point power save feature. So you can build profiles for your access points, right, and apply them, for example, at night. When there's probably nobody using your wireless network, why are those access points on, right? If nobody's using them, not only by shutting them down, you're saving power, but you're also making your network less secure because nobody can, try to even hack it if it's offline. So they do have the power save feature, right? In the design, you define your power profile, and then you apply it to your access points. So you can define schedules, right, from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. I want my access points to be shut down, for example, or low power, right? So you can define these. So that is nice, and you see you can save power, like I said, not only power, but also money. On 2,000 access points for 10 hours a day, 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. saves up to 54 megawatts in energy, and then 43,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions over 5 years. So not only is it good for the environment, but it's good for you because you save money at the same time, right? And you make your network inaccessible for a certain amount of time, which, it's also better because you're not getting people trying to get into it. So that's nice, right? You have in Catalyst Center, you go there, you build your profiles, but what if you want to build thousands of profiles or apply them, using the APIs? You're trying to automate that with a different tool, right? So there's good news because we have this functionality available over the API. So to create or update an RF profile, that's the API endpoint, actually. This would be the payload that you need to pass in. And you see here, enable radio type C true. So you can enable or disable A, B, or C, right? With pretty much 2 API calls. This would be one of them. You update the RF profile. You can also control the maximum power level if you so desire, the minimum power level for each of the radio types. But for our purposes, you can enable or disable a whole wireless antenna or sets of antennas on that access point. So once you create the profile, you can provision the access point by specifying RF profile, the one you created, right? So you create a profile, and then you apply it to your access point on a schedule or as you see fit. So now we have an SDK, right, that actually gives you the option of using Python code to create or update RF profile. That is the function. Takes the same parameters as you've seen in that payload. Right, so creating or updating RF profile in our Python SDK for Catalyst Center. This is the access point provisioning function. Right, so very straightforward, 2 functions. You write them down, you apply them, you run them on a schedule, you're good to go. We also have an Ansible collection for Catalyst Center. So if you're an Ansible shop, same thing, right? You enable radio type A, B, and C true. You can change the power levels if you so desire, and that's how you would do it. So this is the creation or updating on RF profile. This is applying the wireless provision access point, provisioning those groups of access point and passing in the RF profile that you just created. We also have a Terraform provider with Catalyst Center, so you can do the same thing. If you're a Terraform shop, right, and you use Terraform day in and day out, We do have a provider that does exactly the same thing. And that would be the resource DNA Center Wireless RF Profile. And then the next would be DNA Center Wireless Provision Access Point. All right, so you see it's the same thing. It's just whichever way you prefer. Python SDK, Ansible collection, or Terraform provider, they're all available today. Okay, what about Meraki? So we've had a look at Catalyst Center. Like I was saying, it's just a subset, 2 options, right, with RF profiles and applying those. Many more other options. We don't have time for all of them. With Meraki, you can power off and on the whole wireless network at the same time, right? So same thing. You update your wireless network RF profile. This is the endpoint that you would do it. You specify the network ID and then the profile ID. This is the payload that you need to pass in. It's a bit more, has more information with Meraki, but at the end of the day, transmission enabled true is here, right? Same thing with Meraki, you can actually control for every single channel, valid auto channels, right? You can configure the power levels in here too, and transmission enabled true or false, same thing as we've seen before. The Python SDK with Meraki, the function that will update the network wireless profile, this is the one, right? You specify the network ID, the profile ID, you pass in enabled false whenever you want to disable your wireless, or true when you want to re-enable it. One function call, and it is done. Ansible collection, right? Same thing. Transmission enabled true. And this is, by the way, a subset because the payload for this is so long, there's so many options, right, that I couldn't fit them all in one slide, so it's just selection of a subset of the information that you actually configure with this. Terraform provider, same thing with Meraki, right? Transmission enabled true. You can update the RF profile also with Terraform if you so desire. Then Cisco iOS XC. Any questions, by the way, so far from anyone? Yes. I don't hear, I'm sorry. Part of a Cisco workflow? What do you mean? You can make it part of a workflow, you can have it as part of a pipeline, right? You can have it as part of anything you want. As long as you build your Python code with using the SDK or the Ansible collection, the Ansible playbook, or the Terraform file, you can have this run on the schedule, you can have it run as part of a pipeline, you can have it integrated with Splunk or ServiceNow. You can have a ticket created in ServiceNow and approve it whenever you want this to go and shut down the network. You can do absolutely anything you want, right? I was just showing you the APIs that are enabling this capability. How you integrate them is really up to you. And the tools that I showed you, right, they're there already, and you can use them right away. Yes?
Just a question for the API for Meraki and DNA Center. In DNA Center, we cannot add the part of the channels, which is like 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. And the other one, I see that you added the details of 2.4 and 5 gigahertz.
Right.
And that would be like, in turn, like the power saving is more efficient. Because like 2.4, we have like distribute like more energy to use, so that you can just like cover a big area. So my question right now, like for the Meraki, no, for the DNA Center, we don't have this option to add up also the channels, like to add up this like in the API. Is it true?
Right, it is true. You can modify it by channel. Yeah. With Catalyst Center, it was type A, type B, or type C, enable, disable. With Meraki, it was a bit more flexibility. You had by channel, right? But overall, still, you can disable or enable the whole thing. So all the channels will be shut down anyway, because once you disable 2.5 gigahertz, right, it's going to disable all the channels. So, you know, you shut down the 2.5 gigahertz antennas basically on that access point. That's how it works. Or you can modify the power levels if you want, right? Usually you don't really do that manually. You kind of let it to the controller, but you could if you want. So yeah, there's differences, right? Any other questions? All right, let's go jump into Cisco APIs XC, and we'll wrap up with this. So Catalyst switches are at the heart of our smart building efforts, right? And the Catalyst switches provide lots of telemetry data, right? So with them, you can extract power of internet utilization, you can extract power utilization of the switch itself, right? You can see temperature, you can see a lot of metrics over telemetry. There's several ways that you can get this telemetry off of the devices. There's over NetConf, right? We dial in capabilities. There's GNMI, gRPC, RESTConf, of course, with the REST interface. And all these different interfaces provide telemetry to you. And that's how you can build a view of how much power your switches are using and how much the devices connected to those switches are also consuming at the same time. So you can build a plan on, how much am I currently consuming today, and then you can plan on how much, you would like to lower that consumption over time and how. Or you could also shut them down overnight, for example, right? That type of situation where you can look at the telemetry, look at the metrics, and do decisions, business decisions on what to do, how to approach your power conservation efforts. Okay, so telemetry, all that information, temperature you see, fan speed, power supply, PoE, port, stack, switch, all of that is in YANG data models, encoded, and basically to get access to it, right, for PoE port utilization, this would be the XPath, we call it, right? So it will be a PoE-iOS-XC-upper, blah, 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 blah. Okay, how do you get to this, right? I mean, you're not going to learn them by heart. How do I know which XPath corresponds to what? So that's where YANG Suite comes the picture. YANG Suite is a tool that we have developed to basically explore all the YANG data models, because we know it's not easy and straightforward to go over thousands and tens of thousands of lines of YANG data models. So we've built YANG Suite. You connect to a device, you load up all the data modules, all the YANG data models that it supports, and then you can just select whichever you want. As you start typing in that box, PoE, right, or power, is going to automatically show you just the models. In this case, is that Cisco iOS XC PoE operational data, right? And then you can load it. That's how it looks. It displays it nicely for you. And most importantly, you can find the XPath, right? So this is going to be the prefix together with the XPath is going to give you that XPath, the generic XPath that's going to return that data for you. In this case, available power, used power, right? And so on and so forth. So you would get temperature, current reading, fan state speed, right? Power supply components specifically for us, memory usage, CPU, and then PoE. Per port, per detail, module, stack, and switch. YANG Suite, if you haven't used it, it's a great tool, right, as you start exploring these data models and figuring out those XPaths. How you configure PoE telemetry? So telemetry IETF subscription, 69,000 tool. You specify the filter path, where you want to send it, right? That telemetry data, where you have the receiver. It's at 1085.134.66. gRPC TCP protocol for that port. The source address, update policy periodic, so that's every 5 minutes, and then the encoding. So that telemetry data, right, for PoE gets sent to that IP address on that port, and that's where you would have your receiver, right? You could have like a TIG stack, Telegraph, Influx, Grafana that ingests this data, saves it into InfluxDB, and then from there you load it into something like this, into like a Grafana dashboard, right? And it shows you after that total device power consumption, per interface power consumption, And this is just one example of iOS XC PoE, right? So you got this telemetry data, you load it up on a dashboard like this, and we also already have the tick stack for you ready to download. It's all Dockerized. We have an exact example of how you can get this in your own environment with everything pre-built, right? Telegraph, Influx, Grafana, all 3 containers in a Docker Compose file. You Docker up, you just point it to that IP address, your telemetry data, configure your Grafana dashboard, and you're good to go in a couple of hours. So once you see the power consumption, then you can start analyzing it and making decisions of okay, so what do we do at night, right? You can shut ports down. You can start from that perspective, from that point of view. We do not have an SDK yet for iOS XC, but we do have Ansible collection right here, show power inline. Right, you could use something like this if you're an Ansible shop, so you get information similar to this. How much power has been used, how much is available, remaining power for each of the ports, right? And we also have a Terraform provider for iOS XC. In this case, you're extracting the data from this XPath, and now you should know how to get to this XPath by using Yang Suite, right? And that's over RESTconf, and this is also data that's going to extract that same information. Conclusion. Sustainability is more important than ever, right? We're getting to a point where we have to make some changes. Cisco is committed to net zero across the value chain by 2040. You've seen what we're doing. You'll see the metrics. Every year we have a report that we put out with where we stand on our journey to net zero by 2040. Powering off switch ports and access points when not in use is very easy, right? There's multiple options, like I've shown you, right? Ansible collections that are there, Terraform providers, SDKs. And there's several sustainability cases and workflows that we didn't have time to cover all of them. But just keep in mind that there's lots of, especially around power optimization and power consumption, there's lots of metrics and lots of APIs that you can have a look at and make your infrastructure more sustainable, at least from a power consumption perspective. And I have a bunch of resources here for Catalyst Center, Meraki, iOS XC, and also have a GitHub link over there where I put Ansible collections, Terraform providers, get you started, sample of SDK code. And that is it. Thank you so much. Don't forget about the session evaluation. Hope you found this session useful. And good luck on your sustainability journey. Thank you.
All right. Cool. Can everybody hear me? All right. Undoubtedly the most exciting part of your day, talking about segmentation, right? Oh, come on, really? My name's Patrick Lloyd. I'm a Senior Solutions Architect for Cisco Security Services. I've been with Cisco for going on about 14 years now. I work with our biggest, largest customers doing segmentation strategies, both technology agnostic as well as technology focused, implementing technologies such as identity services engines, stealth watch analytics or secure network analytics, secure workloads, secure access, all the secure stuff to help our customers do segmentation implementations within their enterprise networks. My background, in addition to writing a book called Zero Trust Architectures, available at every one of your favorite retailers, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, the bookstore out here, et cetera, is Department of Defense, contractor for them for a little while, higher education, managing networks, help desks, things like that. As a fun fact about myself, I'm a private pilot, live in Ocala, Florida. On a regular basis, I have conversations that kind of start like this. Well, let's start with this. If you'd like to engage, we are on the WebEx app. Feel free to join into the WebEx app. I'll be monitoring that for a few more days if you have follow-up questions. So, on a regular basis, I have conversations that start like this. Hey, Patrick, I have this massive enterprise network that I like to do some sort of segmentation on. And you know, I've already planned this out, and I have a few ideas on what I'm going to do. Well, you see, I have a red user, and my red user sits at this site, and they need to access this red database. If that red user moves to another site, they shouldn't be able to access that red database. Well, you know, I also have a purple user, and that purple user has to be able to access the same database from every site, no matter where they are, and they need to access it in this specific way. And oh, by the way, I have IT users, and those IT users sit anywhere and everywhere within my organization, and they need to be able to access any one of my resources. And I have to stop them and say, hold on a minute, that's really complicated. And it's not necessarily the fact that they tried to get down to the user level and understand what their user flows are that's complicated. It's that they tried to utilize a single technology to segment the entire network for every one of their use cases, as opposed to saying, let's form some sort of strategy. Let's put together a process first. Because let's face it, what's the overall goal that we have of most of our segmentation engagements? Well, it's to take unknowns and turn them into known. And when we turn them into known, eventually what we want to do is turn those into a classified type of device. Well, now if I take every one of those devices and I have to focus on how every one of those devices in every permutation for how every one of those users has to use it and what resources that they have to look into and have access to, it starts to look like a minesweeper field. This is an actual customer matrix. This customer matrix came out to be 135 by 135. Essentially, they mapped every one of their Active Directory groups or their major Active Directory groups and said, let me understand how every one of those Active Directory groups interacted with everyone out there. So now, how do you operationalize this? This is massive. We're trying to use TrustSec tags or a singular segmentation technology to say, let me implement this segmentation and determine how every user interacts with every resource on my network. Well, let's face it, most of our operations people aren't used to TrustSec tags. They're not used to the idea that at layer 2 within the same VLAN, I can determine how two devices interact with one another. They are used to downloadable ACLs because, hey, if I do a show access session on that switch port, I can see I have an ACL, and this ACL says permit or it says deny. And I can determine how do these devices interact with one another and how. But I can't do that at layer 2. I can't do that with two devices that sit within the same VLAN. You can do it with private VLANs, but again, it's an operational nightmare. So when I have conversations with customers about segmentation, my number one message to them is start simple. Keep in mind that security is a journey, zero trust is a journey, not a destination. Now, the next point that typically comes up at that point is, okay, great, well, I have that destination, and my board, my CEO, my CISO, my CTO is telling me, get to that destination, come on, I need it to happen quickly. I need to get to that point where I can segment every one of these devices and prevent malware propagation, or prevent devices from interacting with one another. And my next question to them is, okay, what's your process? What's your goal? What's the outcome that you're expecting? And can you really articulate up to the board of directors, CISO, CTO, CIO, et cetera, that oh, by the way, we'll have segmentation, but you need to wait 24 months, or 36 months, or 5 years to get to that point. That'll typically get you thrown out of their office from experience. So what we have to focus on is, what are the milestones that we're looking to accomplish step by step so that we can start down a segmentation journey? And this is what I refer to as the mountain climber slide. The mountain climber slide is an easy way for me to articulate to a CISO, CTO, CISO, et cetera, what does each of these steps within your segmentation journey look like, and what are you getting from each of those steps? So your journey starts with contextual identity. How do I understand what devices are out there? All of this maps back to the 5 pillars that we described in Zero Trust architectures, and that contextual identity piece falls into the identity pillar. But even before we get to the identity pillar, and even before we get to the idea that I need to work my way up that mountain that you just saw, we need to focus on first, what does that support model look like? Because it takes a team to execute on segmentation. And this is the #1 bottleneck that I see with most of my customers. Because let's face it, network and security have different focuses and different care abouts when it comes to devices on the network. My network guys want to get those devices onto the network so they can access the applications and fuel the business for profitability. My security guys say, okay, hold on, let's figure out what the vulnerabilities that these devices pose to our network. Well, now you have a CISO, a CTO, some sort of executive that comes in and says, I have my new executive bling, my new tablet, my new laptop, my new Amazon Alexa assistant that I want on the network. Well, now your operations team is caught between network and security. They have an executive yelling at them saying, I want this on the network now, but each of these teams are saying, well, do we support that? What VLAN does it go on? How do we know what it's going to interact with? Can we really have it on the network? What vulnerabilities do we have, et cetera? And all they want is to access the applications that fuel the business. Now, the second biggest challenge there, after we established that, hey, we need an entire team to work through this, is the idea that your policy is going to be downstream from your culture. Going back to the example that I just gave a minute ago, executive has a brand new device that they want to put on the network. They call the help desk. Now, this is a help desk engineer who's getting paid $15 an hour to sit at a desk and help users troubleshoot through what their issues are. And their goal is to make sure that they're just doing their job right. And they say to the CTO, well, we need to onboard that device. No, 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 no. Get it on the network. I just want it on the network. Do it now. Well, if you have that definitive policy and you enable your downstream users, you enable those operations techs to say, hey, here's what the policy is. And we can send this all the way up the chain, but by the way, Mr. CTO, you're the one who signed off on this. We need you to onboard that device in a definitive manner. That gives us the ability to ensure that everything related to that device that we need to understand about the device, because it went through its definitive onboarding process, now is available to us to make decisions based on. This all falls into policy and governance, which goes back to that first pillar that we were talking about before. Well, once we have that policy and governance, and we understand the idea that a device that comes onto the network needs to be onboarded, it needs to adhere to our policy, it needs to go through that centralized management console of whether it's AirWatch, whether it's Jamf, whether it's Meraki Systems Manager, Intune, whatever it is, now we have the information that we need to understand what that device is. When I talk about contextual identity, I'm talking about the idea that I want to understand what a device is. Who's using that device? Where it's located on my network? Which medium it came in on? And how it's interacting on the overall network. Because let's face it, the next question that most of my customers ask me is, well, I have a ton of IoT devices that aren't going to have a user on them. Fantastic, that tells me just as much information as my actively managed Windows devices. Because I have a device on a laptop, I expect certain behaviors of that user on that laptop. My IoT devices, I don't expect to reach out to a file share. I don't expect them to be doing Samba. So if I do see how they are interacting with one another and they're doing these weird protocol interactions, well, that gives me a ton of information to make policy decisions downstream. Now, when we talk about how devices are interacting, again, I have a user on a device in a location coming in over wired or wireless. If it's coming onto the network over a wireless network and it's a wired console, a kiosk type device, or if it's coming over the wired network and it's an iPad, I may have some questions. So now I need to investigate that and understand what that device is, and therefore what policies are applied to it, or whether it's a potentially new use case. Now, when I start talking about interaction as well, I'm also talking about traffic flow. If I have two devices on the network that I can now identify, I can now say this is Stacy at Smart Building Central, and and Stacy is on acme.smartbuildingmanagement.com as my host name, and then I have the service account over here. I want to understand how Stacy interacts with that service account. Understanding that interaction allows you to build a baseline of communications. That baseline of communications falls into the vulnerability management aspect, that third tier or that third pillar of the zero trust capabilities that you're going to need. Because how can I form an enforcement policy without understanding what the expected flow between these two devices are? It's interesting when I talk to customers, and I've actually had customers look at me and say, hey, I understand all the flows on my network. Here's a system map. Here's how these devices interact with one another. Typically, those system maps are based on documentation by software engineers who created the network stack for these devices. Unfortunately, those software engineers may not be network engineers. They may have done something crazy like use a random function for which port you interact with between their device and their management system. And when they use that random function, it may choose a reserved port. That reserved port now is looking really weird. Why are we communicating over 666, which should really only be assigned to the Doom online server network? But at the same time, we're interacting with a web server from this device to this other one. So now we're building out what that traffic flow looks like. We're understanding what the baseline looks like. We're understanding how these devices are supposed to behave, and we're injecting identity into that flow. So now as we inject identity into that flow, it's no longer this IP address is talking to this other IP address. It's Stacy is communicating with this service account on this web server, and therefore now I have identity-infused flows to understand what I should enforce, what policies I should allow from that device. So now, after I've gone through my policy and governance, I have a team, I have an onboarding process, I have capabilities to create some sort of policy and force my users, regardless of where they are in my network, to abide by them. I have contextual identity. I know who is on what device and what location over which medium. I know how they're interacting. I know what their flows look like. Now I can build an enforcement mechanism. Now, anybody who's been at Cisco for as long as I have remembers the days back around 2010, 2011 that I fondly recall as the TrustSec all the things days. Let's throw TrustSec tags at everything. Let's try to segment everything with TrustSec tags, and TrustSec tags are really, really good at what they do really well. Within the VLAN, within the campus, et cetera, they work really well at the beginning of your segmentation methodology. But to say I'm going to do from 0 to TrustSec in the matter of 6 weeks, a few months, et cetera, is just unreasonable. Because now you need to build out that entire fabric that you can send those TrustSec tags over. And when I say fabric, the reason why we need a fabric is I have a 16-bit identifier within a frame. That 16-bit identifier within the frame is essentially in the header that gets stripped for every switch hop that we go up the stack. So now as I get to my core network and my distribution switch didn't support TrustSec tags, I've stripped it, it's going back to 0, and it's routing based on how it was originally supposed to route without any identifiers associated with it. So for most customers that I work with, I say what we have to start off with is we have to start drawing trust boundaries. Trust boundaries are the idea that I'm going to do some sort of segmentation methodology with different capabilities within the Cisco portfolio at different areas to start off with. And of course, I'm going to have my IDP that's going to authenticate users as they log into this device. That's not going to really be something that I'm going to do with the Cisco stack. But then, as we elevate through the stack there, we may use a dynamically allocated VLAN that then gets routed through a firewall to start off with, because that's how we've been doing segmentation for years, right? Then I may say, okay, let me back that down a little bit. Let me do a downloadable ACL. Let me minimize the number of rules that I have on my firewall by saying I can apply that downloadable ACL to the switch port and to the access session for each of those devices as they come onto the network. And then eventually I may say, I need to segment within a VLAN. I may need to take 2 devices and prevent them from communicating because they're IoT devices. IoT devices that I don't want interacting with my HVAC system or my point of sale systems or any of the kind of vulnerable systems that have limited network stacks on them. Now, of course, we still have our firewall. We still have to talk about the idea that we want to do segmentation in the data centers as well. So your firewall or Cisco Secure Workload are 2 ways of going about that. In addition to utilizing proxies, in addition to the ability to utilize TrustSec tags or identity-based information to filter what access to the public web in terms of content a user can also get to. So when I talk about trust boundaries, let's talk about that for just a second here. When we talk about trust boundaries, what I'm typically going to do is I'm going to start with something small. A VLAN, a switch, a site, maybe a campus, depending on how big your company is. And what I'm going to say is, I want to understand the interactions of these identities within that area. And this gives me the ability that, yes, I'm going to spend a bit of time understanding within that small area what these interactions look like, as we kind of saw in the NetFlow slide previously. But I want to make sure that I understand what these interactions look like. Because based on these interactions, I'm going to be able to build a policy matrix to say, within this VLAN, here's how these devices interact. And I can get down to port and protocol level to limit how those devices interact with one another. Now, I may have another VLAN, another switch, another campus that I'm also mapping out. I also want to understand how those devices interact with one another and form a policy around them. Now, going back to what I was saying before, when we start small, that means there's going to have to be some sort of middleman mitigation to prevent those segments or those trust boundaries from communicating to one another. And we may not be ready to come over and utilize the WAN because we may not have SD-WAN, DMVPN, GetVPN, IPsec tunnels, SXP, or something like that over the WAN that allows for us to send those TrustSec tags over the WAN. So instead, we utilize a different methodology. So we do something like a downloadable ACL. That downloadable ACL that you can combine with the TrustSec tag per session, you can now say, this device, as it interacts with other devices in the same VLAN, are only allowed to communicate in this way, on these ports, on these protocols. As I start to traverse across trust boundaries, now, because those trust boundaries were delimited by IP address, for example, I can use a downloadable ACL that says these subnets are allowed to talk to these subnets. Those ACLs could be on the firewall, or they could be a downloadable ACL. Now, of course, eventually what my goal is going to be is to unify my trust boundaries. I'm going to give myself the capability to essentially minimize the number of enforcement techniques that I'm using by utilizing a singular policy across sites. But there's enablement that has to be done in most networks for that, either, as I said, SD-WAN or some sort of transport mechanism between those tags. So, to summarize, in terms of the technological piece here, the first piece to simplifying segmentation is establish your process. Going back to the mountain climber slide, we want to make sure that as we start to go down our segmentation journey, that we're gaining that contextual onboarding. We're doing that contextual identity. We're doing a consistent onboarding process for our endpoints. We're understanding how those devices interact, starting with that small segment, those internal communication maps, and moving out to external communication maps. How do we communicate not only within that VLAN, within that switch, or within that site, but across sites, across VLANs, across campuses? At that point, we can go straight up to our policy-based segmentation. Or we may say, instead of going straight to policy-based segmentation, let's start establishing bigger boundaries and unify those boundaries so that we have that segmentation policy across sites as opposed to just within a single site. Finally, now we start doing that external communication map, external trust boundaries, and we expand to other use cases. Now, typically when I say other use cases, that typically means some other medium, for example. The wired network is still the Wild West. It's the best area to typically start and understand what those devices are, because it's always been the fallback network. It's always been, I can connect to that for these devices that I don't want to authenticate for whatever reason. Expanding to other use cases in this area here is moving on to wireless, moving on to VPN, moving into other mediums. Coming back to the summary slide, we establish our process, and we start small with our distinct trust boundaries. Once we have those distinct trust boundaries, we can start to unify and we can focus on those progressive wins. We can start to focus on what is the messaging that I can bring back to my CISO, my CTO to say, hey, now I understand every device that's on my network. Now I understand how they interact within this campus. The hope is 75% of that I can reuse, and now I can start to understand how do those devices communicate across sites, across campuses, over the WAN, between mediums, et cetera. It expands out periodically. Now, if you need help, also keep in mind, I would be remiss if I did not mention the fact that I work for Cisco Professional Services, and we do this on a daily basis. We work with our customers every day to work through what does your segmentation strategy look like? How do you get those progressive wins? What are your goals? What are your pain points? Let's talk about what you have in your network already. Again, I would be remiss to say, I expect you to have every one of the Cisco technologies, as opposed to the other NAC vendors, the other identity products, the other antivirus, secure endpoint, et cetera products. How do I utilize those in the most effective manner? Are there gaps that I need to fill? Are there aspects of my purchasing strategies and my budgetary strategies that I should be focusing on so that I can work towards this segmentation strategy that I've been looking for? We also have the build and manage aspects of this as well. This is where I focus, is typically on the build side. Now, once we have our strategy, we understand what our wins are, we understand what our goals are, we understand where our gaps are. Now, how do I determine how I actually implement all this? Because it's going to be Identity Services Engine, it's going to be Secure Network Analytics, it's going to be my firewalls, it's going to be all of those products utilized in the most effective manner to implement that segmentation strategy. And then finally, our Cisco Managed Services can actually manage all of this for you and do the add, deletes, removes, changes, et cetera, and partner with our implementation services to make you successful. Just to give you a little bit of a preview on how we typically do that, when I talk about contextual identity with my customers, I'm typically talking about what we refer to as the asset discovery and classification service. That asset discovery classification service is focusing on my NetFlow capabilities, but then it's pulling from my identity areas, Identity Services Engine, my CMDB, IPAM, if I'm using CyberVision, if I'm using secure workload, et cetera. All of this is going to give me that capability to form that matrix that typically looks something like this in a 5x5 overall. With that, we've reached the end of the presentation. I appreciate everybody's time. I'll be available for questions up here if you'd like to ask any. Please complete your session evaluations. I read every one of your comments and I improve on these presentations based on that. Also continue your education. We do have a few slots for Meet the Engineer still open through tomorrow. And thank you very much.
We will be getting started with our trivia here shortly, but everybody is welcome to play along. The fun starts early here in the Cisco Youth Theater. Feel free to join us for some trivia, laugh, have a good time. It's also happy hour, so if you haven't yet, there is still time to run around the corner, grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, come play along with all the rest of us here as we have some fun in the Cisco Youth Theater. Are we streaming yet? We are. Excellent. Thank you to all of you that are coming in from abroad over the stream. Please join us for some good times here in the Cisco Youth Theater. I imagine by now a few of you have already found that I'm in a good mood, so let's get to the real thing. So, here's the actual one. Go ahead and join us up for some trivia here. And are you smarter than a network engineer? These questions all come from blueprints here from Learning and Certification, focused on CCNA, Encore, Dev Associate, with a few new kind of fun AI-related questions that you may or may not agree with the answers, but I guarantee you'll start to think and enjoy what we have after. So we'll take a little bit of time, make sure everybody has a chance to join us. I've asked my good friend here and another member of the Learning and Certification team, Tom, to be on stage and provide me some comic relief, and all of you some comic relief at all. Yeah.
That's the kind of friend I need on stage.
It is. So Tom, if you don't know him, Tom actually leads, he's our director of, I don't know, do you have an official title? Director of Content, Training, Learning?
That sounds nice.
Yeah, so all of that stuff. So Tom's team builds all of our training content here in Learning and Certifications. And so I wanted to see if he was smarter than a network engineer. So I've invited him to join us up on stage. All right, we're up to 16. That's not enough. We need more than 16. If you are coming in from abroad over the stream, please feel free to play along. Unfortunately, only those in the room here are eligible to win prizes. I have some Cisco Modeling Labs personal licenses available for the top 3 non-Cisco employee winners of our trivia today. Yeah. We're at 17. I know we can do better than that. I see more than 17 people in the Cisco U audience. If you were here early and you think I'm just going to rickroll you again, I promise this is the real QR code. The real QR code.
Oh, hang on.
Those of you a little farther away in the booth, feel free to come away from the snacks and the drinks and join us in the Cisco U Theater for some trivia. We're up to 20. I want to see at least 25 before we join. 25 people. I'm fairly confident we have at least that number of people out in the audience. That's right, sir. Come on in, join us for some Cisco Live trivia, all based on Cisco certification exams, CCNA, Encore, and Dev Associate. Who out there holds a Cisco certification? I know my buddy here in the front here, in the middle there, has one. He earned his just this week. Excellent. Oh, you can totally play. You can totally play along. Where are we at? 25. We made 25. Shall we get started?
Yes.
So remember, there are prizes on the line here for our trivia. Tom, you are our gauge of how well it's going, so you're going to have to keep us informed as we go through if you've gotten questions right or wrong. Now, if you've never done a Cisco Live trivia with me before, or one through Slido, you get points in 2 ways. Getting the question right is really critical, so that's the first step. Second step is how fast did you get the question right? Because if there is a tie, it's based on the speed of answering. But the most important thing is getting it right. So don't go too fast. If you answer and then you're like, oh, I was wrong, you can change it as long as the time hasn't run out. Here we go.
Ray, have you joined at the back? Have you joined?
Yeah.
You'll join.
Come play.
You'll join.
Ray leads our labs team. He's just afraid.
Dave, have you joined?
Dave, did you join?
Have you joined?
Oh,
come on.
All right, we're going to start our quiz here. Let's go. Let's get it done. You can still join if we start it up. There she goes. First question. What is the final tiebreaker for spanning tree decisions? This is rapid fire trivia, so you've got to watch your phone, answer those questions. If you were here earlier in Cisco U Theater for Patrick's session, you would know the answer to this question. All right, ooh, lots of distribution. Tom, what did you think it was?
I actually can't remember what I pressed, but I think I got it right.
Let's find out. Correct answer is sender port ID. Completely unofficial bonus points. How many people think the preferred thing is the highest sender port ID? Raise your hand if you think it's the highest sender port ID. We got one. What about the lowest sender port? All of you are here for Patrick's session. We don't know why, but Radia preferred everything to be low. Low is better with spanning tree. Next question, be fast on it. What does the -D mean in this command? Docker run IT-D. It's rapid fire trivia here. 15 seconds for each question.
I got that one.
Ooh.
All right, felt good about that one.
What is the D? What is the D? We're all over. Delete the container after running. Well, I mean, D generally stands for delete. I think that's a safe question. All right, what did you answer?
I deleted the container after running.
You did. All right. Unfortunately, your container would still be running if that's what it was for. Yeah, running the container in the background. I heard someone say detached is what that D stands for. Because we like to teach as well as entertain, if you wanted to delete your container, the --rm removes the container after running. All right, next question. We all ready? Here we go. I pressed too hard on my mouse. Which of the following represents the signal strength of a wireless network at the client? I wanted to keep you on your toes. 15 seconds for most of these questions. All right, good answer distribution. Here it comes. All right. Lots of confidence. 60% of you think it's RSSI, and that is indeed the correct answer. Received signal strength indicator. SNR, signal to noise ratio, how well you can hear that signal that's out there. RF power, Tom, what do we think RF power is? No?
I don't know.
He's afraid now to answer my questions. All right. Moving right along. We're up to question 4. Which OSI layer is responsible for creating frames? OSI continues to be a complex topic for network engineers far and wide, but it is a key one to understand. Tom, he flashed the peace sign.
I'm using Patrick at the front.
Oh, are you giving your boss answers?
He's winking like twice or 3 times, depending.
All right. Ooh, lots of confidence here. Layer 2. What's the name of the layer 2? Data link, absolutely correct. Data link layer creates our frames.
Yes.
Tom, do you know what we get at layer 3? He's never going to come on stage with me again.
Packets.
Packets. He knew.
Yes.
Give him an applause. Yeah. All right, question. We're coming up on one of my first fun questions. I don't know if it's 5 or it's 6. Let's see. No, it wasn't this one. This is a good question, though. What special character or keystroke is needed to create a VLAN with a $sign in the name? That's the key part. How do you create a VLAN with a $sign in the name? That's a tough one. These are the types of questions that we are trying hard to pull off of the official certification exams, but this isn't official. This is trivia at Cisco Live with booze outside. Yeah. All right. Lots of confidence here. Tom, what did you think it was?
I went for double slash.
Double slash.
Yes.
Double slash, that's a useful command, right? It comes up all over the time. Who were my 9%ers? Got one back there. Confidence. I see the hat, my friend. I see the hat. Great job, 9%ers.
Come on.
Great job, 9%ers. That response is why we are trying to pull those types of questions off the real exam. Not really fair for the real ones, but it's okay here. All right, we're coming up on 6. I'm pretty sure this is one of my first fun ones. Everybody be ready. Yeah. Which of the following does not represent an AI technology? Ooh, lots of thoughts. Okay. All right. So number one we have Rocky. 2, we've got a spitting llama, Wall-E, and 2 dollies. All right. Correct answer on this one is Wally. Try as I might, I did not find any AI technologies codenamed Wally yet, but we do have Rocky and Llama and Dolly 2, but no Wally yet. No Wally. I know, you're all groaning. Which did you prefer, this question or the Control V question? What do you want to see on the exam, right? Not this one. Okay, fair enough. All right, coming up, question 7. Tom, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Go for it.
Back to technology. In the following image, what does bleh represent? It's actually the technical term for how you pronounce that. Bleh. This one comes off the DevNet Associate Certification Blueprint, proper API authentication. Now, Tom, I know you have a background in some programmability. What did you answer?
I actually am a DevNet associate as well.
Ooh. You sure you want to tell me what you answered?
So when I get this wrong, it's going to look even worse. But an OAuth bearer key.
OAuth bearer key. All right, we had 27% of you were on there. Dave, do we have to take his certification away? I think we do, yeah. It does seem fair.
I got all the other questions on the exam right, just that one.
Just not this one. Yeah, so blah represents an encoded username : password. Technically base 64 encoded, right? If this was a bearer, there's just typically bearer instead of basic that's there, right? API tokens might say token, other things that are there, but encoded username and password when you see basic as the authentication mechanism. Moving along to question, 8. I got to check. What class of IP address is that one? I like my IP addresses classy. Classy IP addresses here in the theater. I'm seeing some good confidence out there as the answers come in. Now, Tom's still working on his CCNA, otherwise I know for a fact he would get this one right.
I'm working on my CCST.
Oh, all right.
The
so
new
pre-CCNA.
The new cert you can get.
Shameless plug for the latest certifications from Cisco. All right.
Patrick got this morning. Well done, Patrick.
Well done. We're missing. What did you answer?
I went for C.
C. C is always a safe answer. It's right in the middle, right? C-level student. Correct answer on this one is Class D.
So close.
Class D, multicast addresses. Multicast addresses on that one. You were almost there.
I know.
You strove too high to be a C student. A little too high on it. Yeah. See, all of our specialists are like, oh, we don't need to know that anymore. Blah. Yeah, excuses. Next question, here we go. Question number 9. I actually have to click the mouse on the button. There she comes. Which is the least preferred in the BGP best path algorithm? This comes from our exam, the blueprint from Encore, the core exam for CCNP Enterprise. Yeah, there they come.
Ooh, that's a spread. That is a spread.
That is a spread as they came in. All right, now Tom, I know we're getting out of your ballywick here. Is that British? I don't even know. Ballywick?
That sounds Scottish.
Scottish. Well, it's close. It's close.
Irish.
It's the right part of the world.
Yeah.
What did you guess?
I went for local pref.
Local pref.
Yeah.
Okay.
With 26% of you lovely people.
That's a common 26%. Correct answer on this one is our med.
Oh, come on.
Med gives us that one. Yeah. We'll get you there.
Thanks. Slowly.
Keep studying.
Very slowly.
Keep studying. All right, next question. We're coming up on number 10. Number 10 question, halfway through. What is the administrative distance of OSPF? Administrative distance. Ooh, the early responses were really confident. I've got a bar graph as your answers come in, and it was like, bam. Can see who was studying for their CCNA recently. All right. So where did you land, Tom?
I went for 110.
110. My man has been paying attention to his OSPF protocol.
Yes.
Right. 130. I actually was just typing numbers and then realized as I thought about it, I was like, 130 is not actually a real one. Yeah. It's okay. 120, RIP. I miss RIP being on the protocols and having to learn that. Oh, not down here, though. No, I liked RIP. It was a nice, easy to understand hop count. It's a metric I can go through and see on a map. 1, 2. All this other stuff's getting more complex. So I am a fan of RIP. I want to bring it back. It doesn't sound like I'm going to get a lot of support for that, though.
Keep trying.
Keep trying. We're working on it. Question number 11. What do we have here? In which of the following technologies is white space relevant? Relevant, not irrelevant. Which one is white space relevant?
See, I really should know that.
You should. This is another DevNet associate one, Tom. Here's your chance to make up for the less than stellar. The less than stellar.
It's just I just slipped.
Oh, it was an interface problem.
Yes.
Interface issues. All right, well, what did you answer here?
I went for YAML.
You had to check his notes.
I know, I thought I went for Yang then. I was like, what?
Did I pick?
No.
YAML.
Yes.
Great choice on that one. YAML is indeed white space relevant.
I'm on a hot streak of 2.
Yeah. Raise a hands on this one. So I'm really curious. So who prefers YAML out of JSON, XML, and YAML? Who prefers YAML?
Me.
Who prefers JSON?
Oh.
All right. How about XML? Any other XML fans? I like me some XML. I like to be able to provide a lot of extra information with my data. Like just jam it full of extra detail.
No.
And I'm only half joking because there comes a point when you need that detail. It's really nice to know, oh, that's supposed to be a string or there's value with extra. No.
No.
All right, never mind. All right, question 12. I think this is another fun one. What's that?
That's up there. We're bringing RIP back.
RIP. Oh,
Excellent.
no. You're breaking my heart. All right, this next one's another fun one. Are you ready? You know what I'm into now. Okay, and as a reminder, the prizes are pretty cool. This is so that nobody starts throwing things at me. The prizes are nice, but it is just trivia at Cisco Live for fun during happy hour. And so no revolts with whatever the answer is to this question. I've all prepared you pretty well, right? Okay, here it comes. And that's not going to be the one I thought it was. Yeah, here it is. Which fictional AI character would you trust to keep your network running at all costs? Lots of thoughts on this one, huh?
I'm actually interested in how many people know what number 2 is.
Who knows number 2?
Does anybody know what number 2 is or where it's from?
Number 3? Who knows number 3?
Alien.
All right. Who knows number 4? Wow. All right. So here's our distribution of scores. So number 1, who knows number 1? Good old Data, Star Trek: The Next Generation. Number 2, crap. He's from Alien. I'm drawing a blank on his name. What was his name? I don't know, he was the android, but it's like the big surprise at the end that you find out. Spoilers for Alien, a movie from like the... Bishop, thank you, Bishop. Bishop, another AI character in there. 3, Hal. I'm sorry, I can't let you do that. And then 4, the newest AI on the block, Miss Minutes from Loki, the Marvel TV show. Now this was an interesting question. Before I tell you the right answer, and again, right answer based on Hanks here, right? I threw this in here because there's a lot of things you tell your AI, right? And so some of these AIs have gotten into problems when they're given instructions like keep the network running at all costs. So I look at my selection of characters here. Bishop was given direction, and he was perfectly happy to kill the crew to make sure he did what he was after. Hal, we all know what the Hal did, right? I'm sorry, right? I have a mission I've got to do at all costs. I'm going to get it there. So 2 good choices. Miss Minutes was willing to destroy the entire multiverse because she just had a bad day with somebody that she had a crush on. Which leaves me my boy Data. Data's an AI with a conscience. He knows that nobody really means at all costs. And so given my choice, the correct answer on this one is indeed Data. Data is who I would trust. Thank you. That's who I'm going to trust in my corner. If I'm going to just flippantly say, Data, I'm headed out. Please make sure the network stays running at all costs. Because I don't want to come back and find a crater in my data center because some network engineer was in there trying to reboot a switch because there was a problem, and a Hal ejected him from a door, or Miss Minutes just trimmed him from the timeline, right? You got to have some empathy in your AI. So I'm hoping we get empathy in our AI. That's about as diatribe and like soapbox as I get with our pieces, but remember what's at stake, people. Remember what's at stake. All right, back to the technology. Question 13. Which of the following is true based on the image? I gave a little more time on this because you got to like look at it. It's an NTP association. It might be easier to look at your phone, I don't know. But which of the following is true? Questions are starting to come in, answers are coming in. Yeah. Okay. These are all new questions, and I'm gauging time for you. I may bump it 5 seconds next time around. But where did we end up? So we got lots of distribution variation here. Tom, where did you go? Where did you land here?
I landed on it's 1.24 seconds ahead of the client.
All right.
But that's a good spread again.
Yeah, it is a good distribution that's in there. Tom, great job on that one.
Thank you very much.
Got to find my button again. The correct answer is indeed 2.4 seconds. So the offset shows us how far the difference between client and server. Negatives indicate the ahead is on the client side, positives on the server. ST, it's not hops, that's the stratum, right? Stratum where we're at. We've got all sorts of interesting details that are in there. But this case, it is 1.24 seconds ahead. All right, moving right along, we're going to jump into question 14. Everybody ready? Question 14. Which is an advantage of distributed version control? Now, also coming from the DevNet Associate exam, version control, these types of skills. So, Tom, your cert's on the line again. All right. Okay, confidence in there. Tom, tell us what the right answer is.
It's multiple developers contributing to the same code base.
It is. That is indeed one of the values of distributed version control. Right? We're automating the test and deployment of code changes, CI/CD. Right? Version control is related, but CI/CD is really what's it there. Consistent configurations, config management, infrastructure as code, those types of tools land in there. All right, we're moving along. We're going to go into our next question here. Next question is, how many unique IPv6 addresses are there? How many unique IPv6 addresses?
I'm wondering if Dave knows this one. $4 billion.
Just four addresses. 4 unique IPv6.
four addresses.
All right. Oh, it's like staggered. 4, it just keeps going up on there. I'm going to admit here that I didn't even know unidecillion was a real tag. But that is the correct answer. 340 unidecillion. That's a lot of zeros. Generally, when people ask me this, I'm just like, I don't know, like a bajillion? It's like a bajillion addresses. Oh, I'm even pronouncing it wrong. Oh, yeah. I was adding an I. Yeah, there's so many zeros.
Sounds like pain medication.
Looks like I did trick a few of you, right? IPv6 128-bit, so 128 quadrillion, right? 256 is a really important number in binary, so we threw that one in there too. Yeah. And then lowly IPv4 with their measly 4 billion addresses. Right? IPv4, measly 4 billion. All right, next question coming up on 16. We're coming close to the end here. This one, another AI question. Bridge IT, Cisco IT's piece. I asked it, what is the in 5 words or less, what is the meaning of life? What did Cisco's AI answer to that question? Aw. It's a lot of optimism out there. It's a real lot of optimism. Nobody make paper clips? You get the reference, right? The paperclip making machine. You tell your AI, you work at a paperclip factory, you get an AI and say, I just want you to make as many paperclips as possible, and that's all it does, and it turns the entire world into just paperclips. Right? No, you haven't. Read more AI like tragedy stories. Yeah, but no, yeah, optimism. I felt pretty good when I asked the question, because indeed it is purpose, fulfillment, connections, growth, and happiness.
Which is what I feel like on the stage with you.
Aw, thanks, Tom. I'm still taking your certification away.
Oh. then it's assimilation resistance.
All right. Question 17. We're coming up. We got 4 more left. Here she goes. What is a software tool that takes advantage of a weakness in a system? These are security terms. Each one of them has a specific definition when you get into a certification world. What is a software tool that takes advantage of a weakness in a system? Ooh, all right. Tom, what did you think it was?
I also think I would be exploiting you.
Ooh. I feel like I'm exploiting him, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. But well done, well done.
Oh.
Exploit is indeed a software tool that takes advantage of a weakness in a system. A weakness in a system would be known as a what? A vulnerability. That's the fun in making trivia questions. I can't put one of the answers in there, so I had to figure out how to actually rephrase that. All right, coming to the last 3 questions in here. Question 18 is on its way for you all. What TCP port is standard for the netconf protocol? Another one primarily off the DevNet Associate exam, though we are starting to see more programmability hit things like CCNA and Encore. Excuse me. All right. Good stuff. Tom?
I am on a hot streak. If the majority is correct, I also went for 830.
830. 830 is indeed correct. If you've used a lot of DevNet sandboxes, or at least back in the day, you might have thought it was 10,000 because we natted it to 10,000 in a lot of labs. For that, I apologize if anybody got it wrong because of a lab I wrote. But the default port is actually 830. 22 is SSH, related to netconf because netconf runs using the SSH protocol, but not on the default SSH port. And 800 is just close to 830, so I thought I might trick a couple of people. 13% of you fell for it. All right, second to last question, our penultimate question. Tom, you ready?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Here
we go.
I have to grow into that question.
Which type of tunnel supports multicast traffic? What type of tunnel would support multicast traffic?
I'm a little shakier on this one.
Yeah. I think, Patrick, do we have any learning content that would cover this that Tom could take? All right, we'll point you to it.
Is this SD-WAN based?
Nah, I mean, tangentially. All right, what did you answer?
Let's get into a no, oh my God. I went for GRE.
GRE, all right. Still with the majority, folks here, 54%. And indeed, that is the correct answer. In GRE, one of the reasons we have to use GRE is because we can get multicast. Right? We want to make sure we can get all of our media streams and things that are out there. All right, this brings us to our final question. This question's one related to certifications here at Cisco Live. I know some of you have, I have. How many of you have red dots on your badges like me? All right, we got lots of them out there. So this next question is related to how many certification exams, I'm telling you now so that you understand context so you can think about it. So how many certification exams have been delivered in the first 3 days? I had to figure out how many fingers were 3 for a minute there. The first 3 days at Cisco Live.
It's been a long day, mate.
Been a long 3 days. Just delivered. Now, it was a clarification, good question, delivered exams. And this is as of, because we get the reports at the end of the day, so this was as of yesterday night. So if you took it today, you're not in this number. So I did mine today, I'm not in this number. So as of the end of the day Tuesday, how many exams were delivered? All right, so that's the context, so you'll have your chances to kind of figure out what you think it is. So here we go. As I said, how many certification exams in the first 3 days of Cisco Live?
What time of day? Dinner, lunch.
As of the end of the day.
And now?
No. Were you listening?
No.
The end of the day yesterday.
Oh, can I do my answer again?
You could have, but it's too late now.
Oh.
All right. Ooh, I like the optimism on 2100. That's pretty good. What did you guess?
Well, I was thinking today, so I went 2100.
So, okay. All right. So lesson learned when taking exams. it is really important to listen to or read the entire stem of the question before executing your answer. I always tell people, don't jump to assumptions, right? Leave your opinions out. Listen to what the question says. Correct answer on this one is, I rounded a little bit, is 1,500.
Come on.
As of the end of the day yesterday, all of you, as well as other folks here at Cisco Live, went up and spent time in our certification center, and we delivered 1,525 exams as of the end of yesterday. I imagine we probably maybe have gotten to the 2,100 number by the end of today. I'll have to check in with our certification manager, Jackie, in the morning to see where we've landed. All right, with that, we come to the moment of truth. You all forgot, we've had so much fun, you forgot there was potential prizes on the line. As a reminder, I have 3 Cisco Modeling Labs personal licenses. Tom, I know you did really well, but you're not eligible for the prize.
Why?
Because you work for Cisco, my friend.
Okay.
Like Tom, if you work for Cisco, you're also not eligible for the prize. I know, boo,
I know.
my buddy here in the front. If you are on the top of this board, come up at the end, and I can collect your information, and I will send you email with the details that are there. But for everybody, thank you all for coming and enjoying this trivia session. We still have maybe some happy hour that's out there. And come back tomorrow for more fun here in Cisco Live. So the moment of truth, who thinks they're at the top of the leaderboard? Anybody out there with confidence?
Me.
Ooh, like I'm not sure that's confidence. It's like this far up. He's like, maybe. Here we go. Leaderboard. Nathan Scherer. Oh, sorry. As said, you work for Cisco. Marcel, do you work for Cisco? Yay, you get to be a winner. Mark Blackwell. Do you work for Cisco? Like not, okay, that counts. All right. You don't quit Cisco just for a Cisco Modeling Labs license. It's not worth it. All right, so Marcel and Mark, Patrick, way to go. But Patrick works for us, so he doesn't get it either. Tom, is that you? Yeah.
If I'd have actually listened to that last question, I would have done all right.
Oh, yeah. All right, so moving off the board there, is there a Jared Eller in the house? Or do you work for Cisco? Then you are my 3rd winner, my friend. So Marcel, Mark, and Jared, come on up. Thank you again, everybody. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed the time a little bit. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
You're invited to join Cisco U. You're in the right place, whether you're looking to earn a certification, gain new skills, or land a new job. Cisco U has courses, community, and content for you and your goals. Creating an account is easy. Just use your Cisco login to get started. Cisco U is all about you, so come on in and explore. Sign up today. You're invited to join Cisco U. You're in the right place, whether you're looking to earn a certification, gain new skills, or land a new job. Cisco U has courses, community, and content for you and your goals. Creating an account is easy. Just use your Cisco login to get started. Cisco U is all about you, so come on in and explore. Sign up today.